Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Runs were at a premium in Kansas City last night, and with the score tied 1-1 in extras, the Tigers cashed in. As heard right here on 97.1, Meadows and Green driving in the winning run and the insurance run, giving Jason Foley the save opportunity to close it out for his 25th lockdown. It was the team's 4th win in 5 games, doing it against teams who are most likely going to be in the postseason. Scoreboard watching, the Twins did take down the Guards, so Detroit's deficit remains 1.5. Seattle lost to the Yankees 11-2, so they fall 1.5 games behind the Tigers in the race. If you noticed a long service interruption during the game on streaming, Bally Sports did put out an explanation and apology for being out of commission for about an hour. Their statement says they're looking into the root cause and genuinely apologizing, saying they know every moment matters. Spartans Athletics getting a $10 million boost from one of the Ishbias. Matt's brother and business partner Justin and his wife donating the money to the men's basketball and baseball programs in East Lansing, with $1.5 million of it going towards the Name and Image Likeness Fund. The school will also name their baseball field after Ishbia's father, Jeff, following renovations. From the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, John. You got to give it up for this baseball team.
Yep, they held serve.
Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. We've got Gov and Greg behind the glass. Any update on Collins' investment in this baseball team?
We did discuss it last night, and he said that he's been paying more attention on his phone. We don't get it. He can't watch it at home, so he's not.
Well, you wouldn't have mattered last night. You couldn't have got it anyway.
But he said he is paying more attention to what's happening.
You know, I just heard from that is the Tigers are officially dinner table conversation.
Yeah.
They have become like what people are talking about, and they should be talking about this baseball team. You had Doug earlier this week saying, I don't want to scold you, but if you're not paying attention, what the hell's wrong with you? John, last night, this familiar script of miraculous plays, Parker Meadows in center field in the third, 5+ shutout innings from this bullpen, including getting out of 2 bases loaded jams, a magical balk in extra innings to advance the runner. Something's going on here.
Well, I think we've entered that whether or not you're watching or listening, there's a lot of people that I'm checking my apps on a regular basis. If I'm doing something, I was busy last night, I am checking my apps to see exactly what's going on. And all of a sudden, you see in the first inning, they're up 1-0. Oh, here we go. And then there's nothing. And then it's tied 1-1. Oh, no. What's going on? And, then it goes to extra frames. And how about our boy Parker Meadows? I understand the balk, and I didn't get a chance to see it. I was listening. But, hey, you take advantage of gifts that are given you. And this is a team over the past 6 weeks, and maybe we could say 8 weeks now, that is taking advantage of every gift that has been given them. And when you get a chance to move that ghost runner to third and a broken bat knocks him in, we'll take it.
The 5th inning, Casey Mize is still in the game. Playing with fire for A.J. Hinch.
But A.J. has to.
But again, he waits till the bases are loaded, like, oh, maybe you've waited a little too long. 1 pitch, 1 out, inning over, crisis averted. Like everything they're doing is working. Edge
of your seat right now. And as if you're looking at the game cast, right? You see bases loaded, 1 out, and you don't know. Like you don't get the full effect of what's going on. Mm-hmm. And sometimes it makes it a little bit more exciting because you're waiting for the damn app to update. And then all of a sudden they're out of the inning. You're like, how did that happen?
Well, that was me early in the game. You mentioned the Bally outage.
Yeah.
I a cord cutter. I stream. I've got it on my phone, got the error screen. I got it on my Surface here. Error screen. I boot up the Xbox because there's a Bally app in there. Well, nope, still an error message.
See, I didn't miss the plays, and we were texting.
Yeah, the third inning of the Meadows catch, I didn't see that live.
Yeah, I saw it live, and man, Mize is fortunate that ball was hit where it was because that guy crushed it. And he was playing with fire last night, leaving it. I could not believe AJ let him start the fifth. I couldn't.
Because the fourth, it was the bottom of the order.
Yes, I get him if he gives up one base runner, get him out of there too or whatever. But the fact that he let Bobby Witt and Perez hit again, I couldn't believe it. And they were so fortunate last night with him. I like it was almost like magic. Like I do think something's going on here outside the realm of just it doesn't make sense. Is this because this team is taking advantage of every single break? They don't score a run from the first inning to the 10th. The Royals had how many left on base last?
10 total, counting.
It's just like Holton comes in and just is pitching like he's the greatest left-handed reliever of all time. This is insane, guys.
Well, and here's the insane thing. When you think about a 1-0 win against Baltimore, and you think about holding the Kansas City Royals, we're talking about two teams that are really good at getting guys on base and scoring runs. Like their offense is good, and you hold them to 1 run in 9 innings. Baltimore, with the power that they have, you hold them to 1 run. Yeah, it defies all logic, and you're sitting here 1.5 back. You're going to win the series against Kansas City, and that's all we said. Win the series.
The tension that baseball naturally creates when you get into the playoffs or even playoff adjacent. It's something I hadn't really remembered it being this way for so long. John, the tension. The Twins win. You know you got to win to keep serve. And it's a 1-run game, and it's extra innings, and it wasn't pretty at times. It wasn't. And you're going, every pitch matters. Edge of your seat. The tension of playoff baseball or playoff adjacent baseball is back.
And this is now a win. You won the series against Baltimore. You're winning the series against Kansas City. A chance to sweep the series today because Scooble's on the mound. And now you're looking at it going, okay, 8-2 in the last 10, 9-11 if you want to include another win.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing everything they possibly can in the last 6 weeks of the season to give us exciting September baseball and possibly extend the season.
I'll take it. I'm trying to get more out of you. This is a playoff team, John, and I need you on board. They'll get there, and then you'll get there, and we'll have this celebration together. 248-539-9797. Think about how tenuous it is. Tigers don't win that game. And again, it's extra innings. You never know what happens with the extra runner. They lose that game. It's 2.5, but really 3 with the tiebreaker, and there's only 10 to go. And you'd feel like you're running out of time. You win, it's 1.5. Scooble's on the bump. It's a completely different disposition as you come in today.
Oh, yeah.
Minnesota, it's funny. Minnesota has to play one more game than the Tigers the rest of the way, and normally that would be seen as a bad thing. But given Minnesota's struggles over the last month and a half, them playing one more game feels like one more chance for them to lose. I actually weirdly, spin zone, feel like it's a good thing that they have to play an extra game than the Tigers because I think they're more likely to lose that game than win that game. It does feel like this is set up for Detroit.
All right, so they got to win tonight. We got to win a Scooble start, right?
Yeah.
This can't start happening where this is the one
they
game
win all the games except the Scooble starts.
Yeah, although that would be the nonsense of what this is all this is to begin with. But if let's just say right now a Twins Guardian split next 2 days, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just be fair here.
Sure.
So the Tigers would be 1 out on Friday. They'd be 2 behind the Royals. Think about that.
Wow.
If they win today, they're 2 behind the Royals. So now you're chasing them legitimately every bit as much as you're chasing the Twins. The Mariners lost last night.
And the Mariners, I heard it in the update. Mariners
Red Sox
lost.
lost.
Yeah. And so here's where you get caught up in that game. Thursday night. Tigers night off. And it's the fourth of the series between Minnesota and Cleveland. So from then on out, it's 1-1.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of the way. So you've got the game against Kansas City tonight with Scooble starting, and the Twins are still in Cleveland. Tomorrow night, Tigers get a break.
Day game in Cleveland tomorrow.
Yeah, and so you get a chance. Oh, short show for Doug and Gator.
No. That's for Minnesota. For
Minnesota Cleveland last game is a day game.
I thought you
tomorrow.
I thought you were talking about
Getaway
Friday.
day.
Yeah, okay.
For the Cleveland equivalent of Doug and Gator. Yeah,
right.
It's a short show.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought brain fart.
So they're going to be doing updates at the end of their show, and then Valenti and Rico will be doing scoreboard watching.
But that's the beautiful thing. I mentioned the app, or if you're watching, like you are attached to something that is going to give you an update on what the Tigers are doing as well as the Twins. Like this is what makes it exciting.
Time to get the Guardian caps on, right?
Hey, it's nice to have a pretty clear rooting interest right now.
Yeah.
You're rooting against Twins. You're rooting for the Tigers. It's an oversimplification, but yeah, we get it. That's all it really comes down to with 10 games to go.
Yeah, who doesn't hate watching the Twins? I mean, it's just hard that it's the Twins and the Gribe right now because you're like, well, it's kind of it's a necessary evil. You need one to win, but the Cleveland losing does nothing for us.
Right, but I agree with people who go, this is kind of your payback for 2009 when the Twins came back and caught the Tigers. I mean, this is your chance to return the favor down the stretch.
Yeah, there's just no 163. You got to.
But if we win today, you got the other eye on the Royals on the weekend.
You just need to pass one of them.
Would be sweet to pass both. But, yes, I agree because right now Kansas City is 1.5 above the cut line. And we've talked about the only common opponent that the Tigers have of teams that they're competing with for the wild card spot is Kansas City. And right now they've won the series. They could sweep the series today. Take care of business.
We've done all these check-ins, and it was, okay, can you win the series against Baltimore? Can you win the series against the Royals? Check. Everything's lining up for this baseball team. Tom, you had said something with Casey Mize. Do we need to see him start another game? Like, are you better off with bullpen days as we go down the stretch with this baseball team?
I think, in a perfect world, I'd love to see him not start again. Okay, so you guys you lost the game last night, so you couldn't watch when he was pitching. I thought it was really, really bad.
I caught the fifth inning. I caught the late fourth and fifth inning.
He was having problems, though, with locating the ball. Like, it was significant. And when he lost that ball over the plate I can't remember the hitter after Perez is up, but the catch from Meadows.
Be Massey, right?
Yeah, I think so. Guys, I'm telling you what, that pitch did not go anywhere near, and it was probably 10 pitches at least that I watched, where he was so off. And balls were just hanging over the plate. I don't know how the Royals didn't put up at least 5 runs on him.
Again, they played with fire. He loaded the bases up. He had 4 walks. He loaded the bases up in the 5th inning, and AJ, the very last second, pulled him out of the fire. Shelby Miller, of all pitchers, comes in, who, by the way, in the 6th inning, re-engaged the Royals by loading the bases in his own right in the 6th inning. Like, they were really flirting with disaster, but this team continues to have a little bloop here, a little dribbler here, make the play they need to win the game.
Well, Maeda, people got mad about Maeda on Saturday night when AJ brought him in a 1-run game, and it was the same thing last night with Miller, but it worked. It worked with Miller because Miller's after Maeda, fans do not want to see Shelby Miller anymore. But he has to use these guys some because they're doing bullpen days.
Right. And I'm thinking less so with Reese Olson back and if they're going to continue to throw Mize every 5th day. But to me, the highlight was Bo Brisky striking out the heart of the order in the 7th inning. Like, okay, bases loaded in the 5th, bases loaded in the 6th, heart of the order coming in the 7th. You can't keep giving them chances, and Brisky gave them no chance. Well, 3 straight strikeouts in the 7th inning, and then Tyler Holton has been one of the best relievers in all of baseball this season in the 8th inning and the 9th inning because he's kind of that super reliever, and you're like, wow, how are they doing this? And then you stop yourself and you say, why do I care how they're doing this? Just do it.
Well, what's been developing lately is they're getting a 7th, 8th, and 9th basic shutdown.
Yeah.
Where it's Brisky, Holton, and Foley. And Foley, he has his moments, but you got to take what you got. He's a solid closer. I mean, that's what you want in the playoffs is to get to the 5th or 6th and then go to these guys. But you need your bridge guy, and who is that?
They're figuring it out. I don't know who the bridge guy is on a daily basis, and AJ's pressing all the right buttons right now. There was an injury last night in a baseball game to a Tigers player. I don't know what it means for the rest of this season, but we'll give you an update coming up next. It's a Wednesday, which means we have the power surge at 6:35, and I think this is as hard a power surge as John's going to have this season because do you overreact? You got some teams that are 2-0 that I don't think we thought would be very good. John's Power Surge comes up at 6:35. We'll talk big threats for the Lions in the NFC. You look around, and I'm not really sure who that is either. It's 97.1.
Well, the awards just keep rolling in for Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration. He just won the Macomb Daily Reader's Choice Award for the 2024 Best the Best Plastic Surgeon. So congrats to him. And guys, how incredible is it that Dr. B is right here in Metro Detroit, making it easy to restore your hair by the very best. If you've been thinking about going to see him, do it now. He'll have you looking younger and feeling more confident with a thicker head of hair. And the sooner you go to see him, the more options you're going to have. So Dr. B has the most advanced medical therapies and natural pathways to stop your hair loss and improve thickness. And these therapies keep getting better and better results for his patients. With treatment plans that fit almost every budget, Dr. B is going to create a custom plan that's just for you, and he guarantees all of his treatments. So call today, make sure you mention 97.1, and you're going to receive a complimentary natural hair remedy treatment at your consultation. That's $1,000 value. For more information and to schedule your consult, go to MichiganHairRestoration.com.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case can take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call should be to an experienced law firm like Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil, criminal, or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. Whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers, not some tax organization with a random individual that you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Parker Meadows saves at least a run there for the Tigers in a game where runs were a premium. A 3-1 extra inning victory for the Tigers, who stay 1.5 games out of that playoff spot. Every single out matters. The tension of a playoff chase is back. We have a lot to do today. Power Surge at 6:35. We'll have Jason Benetti on the show today.
Yeah.
Sharon Moore on the show today. And yes, the Lions continue to be a focal point. 6:50. We'll talk about the biggest threat in the NFC. I don't know who it is at this point. I think it's a good conversation to have. John, the ticket text on the Tigers and the update on the injured Tiger from last night. People may have missed this. Colt Keith left the game. Shoulder injury, his right shoulder, the same one that he injured in 2022 when he was in the minors. Said it didn't feel the same as then, but he wants to see how it goes the next couple days. Didn't feel like he could make the throws, didn't want to cost his team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, obviously, red flag goes up. He's a guy that's been productive for him in the field and at the plate. So, questions of what does that mean? Are they able to fill the void?
And you love Andy Ibanez against lefties. You don't love Andy Ibanez against righties. So then it creates this situation. Is it more Zach McKinstry? You're already talking about how every single at-bat matters.
Yeah. Can the magic of AJ take over?
It's has so far.
Yeah.
Texters say, you know what's happening? I figured it out. The young players are developing confidence, and that's a very powerful thing for young players.
Agree.
The magic is real, boys. You guys have named some good examples, but I couldn't believe the base running errors Casey had early. Dickerson was beside himself. Great win for the Tigers. Last night was the first Tigers game I've watched all season. I'm officially locked in. Can we officially declare it car flag season yet? Trevor in Jackson.
You going to stop and get one on the way home?
I have not seen any on the road yet. I don't know what we're doing collectively as a city here.
Is that just a hockey thing?
I thought it was just a hockey thing. We could make it a baseball thing. You can buy Tiger car flags.
Oh, sure you can. Yes, you can buy any team's car flag.
But to me, it was like growing up as a Wings fan. It was like, the weather's getting warm. It's playoff hockey time, and everybody's got those flags whipping in the wind.
One of the things that's happening to if they don't finish this thing, is somebody like Parker Meadows. If you're not paying attention to the Tigers and seeing what he's doing defensively for this team, he looks like a Gold Glove center fielder.
Yeah.
In the small sample size, he might be the best center fielder I've ever seen in a Tiger uniform. His range is ridiculous. Now, the Tigers have never had you'd have to go way back maybe, but in my life at least,
I was going to say, my Rolodex goes back. Austin Jackson, Curtis Granderson were the first two that came to mind.
He's better.
Granderson was really good.
Oh, man, dude. Jim, this guy with his range and speed,
great range.
It's the speed.
Well, and it's his ability to identify and recognize, and that he's got great physical speed, but it's like he makes that decision off the crack of the bat.
Yeah, it was not one of the most spectacular catches of all time last night, but it was a game-saving catch. It was multiple runs that he saved with that. But I just think win or lose playoffs. And with him, the batting still needs to go up a notch, more consistency, and hopefully he'll get there. But to me, he's an everyday player. I am convinced he is part of the Tiger future because he's so good defensively. I'm willing to put up with him at the bottom of the lineup and hit 220 because he provides so much on the defensive side.
We have a request on the ticket text that at some point today we play the old school, cheesy, go get 'em Tigers.
All right, so I was out driving the kids around to practice
Did Wojo
last
and
night.
Rieger play that?
Yeah, of course they did, and it was no. And then they brought up playing Bless You Boys.
World
No.
Series bound and picking up
Can we come with
steam.
something new around here?
Go get 'em. I love these cheesy songs. I do.
Now, if you want to remaster it, we get Eminem to remaster that and then remaster Another One Bites the Dust.
Yeah, that's what we need. Remaster Another One Bites the Dust. I mean, somebody come up with something new for the Tigers. Come up with something new.
Should Bally's bring back the graphic where the kitty cries when they lose a game?
Well, first they should bring back the game
Remember that,
itself.
John?
But anyway, okay, we'll get to the power surge first. Heather, what's going on in the news?
Well, you might have heard this. There will be no tailgating at Eastern Market for the next Lions home game. So Eastern Market executives say that out of respect for the victims who died on Sunday and their families, they've decided to cancel tailgating for Monday Night Football on September 30th. Instead, they say they're going to use that time to work with Detroit police on putting necessary safeguards in place. Executives say that they are working towards creating a weapons-free zone going forward, but the goal is to not completely shut down tailgating at Eastern Market. The goal is to resume tailgating in the tradition that we normally have it for the remainder of the season, but it's only going to come after they add these additions and significant security protocols.
I wish they could still have the tailgate for Monday night. I really do. I understand if people don't feel safe, but you beef up security.
But
and
it's
you,
not
and you don't-
necessarily for, like, I kind of understand what they're saying, for just out of respect for two people that lost their lives at that location. I get it.
Yeah.
I certainly don't want to disrespect the people who lost their lives. I mean, it's
No.
incredibly tragic.
If it was this week, I get it. I mean, maybe
Yeah.
there's have a memorial service, or to honor them this week.
Something more somber.
Yeah. Since the Lions are away.
I know they had a vigil. They had a vigil
As they
in one of the
should, yeah.
sheds. No, I don't know the right thing to
Yeah.
do, but I can understand this, and to me, I can respect this decision and say, okay, I understand why you're doing it.
It comes from a good place.
It does. It definitely does. Now, the second victim from that shooting has now been identified as Jalen Welsh, a 25-year-old Detroit man. Now, his father said that they are working on a funeral and working on all the arrangements, and they're not ready to speak about his death publicly yet. Other details really haven't come out. Police have not provided more details on what exactly prompted the shooting, and no charges have yet been announced for the suspect in custody. A 15-year-old was arrested on Monday after bringing a gun into a Southfield high school. So on the morning of September 16th, a school resource officer received a tip that somebody at Southfield A&T High School had a handgun with them. So police were called. The student was located. A loaded gun was recovered from the student's waistband. And in the aftermath, it turns out that the teen stole the gun from a friend's house in Detroit and then intended to use it to protect himself. So he said his intention was never to go to school and shoot other people. He was just going to use it if he needed it as protection. Either way, the student was charged with carrying a concealed weapon, resisting and obstructing, and possession of a weapon in a weapons-free school zone. So he remains held at an Oakland County Children's Village. Sean Diddy Combs, man, he has been charged with racketeering, sex trafficking, and prostitution. And he is being held without bail. A judge was not swayed by his offer. You might have heard this. He said, I'll pay you $50 million bond to get out of here. The judge was like, I don't think so. It's really nasty, the allegations. They're disgusting. The indictment also accuses him of forced labor, narcotics offensive, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. He faces life in prison if he is convicted.
Deeply disturbing.
Yeah,
When you
it's-
read just the snippets that victims would need IV fluids
Yes.
to recover from days-long sex parties.
It's deplorable. It's disgusting when you go and read.
You don't need to read it,
no.
but it is disturbing.
Yep. If you hadn't had the chance to go see the restored Michigan Central Station yet, you can go do that next month. So starting on October 8th, Michigan Central is going to be offering guided tours, which would be super cool. Tickets will cost $20 a person. They're also going to be offering like group packages as well. Hundreds of thousands of people went to the self-guided tours over the summer, and there's still I never got to go. No. The plan was to go. life just got in the way, right? We got too busy. So I would still love to go and do a guided tour. I think would be even better, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm with you.
They also announced the first retail tenant on Tuesday. So they say later this year, Yellow Light Coffee and Donuts will open in the station's historic retail arcade. And they say that this coffee shop will be the first food and beverage tenant that the station has had since 1988, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah.
And that's Heather with the news. Coming up next, the power surge. Good luck, John. It's 97.1. And we talk about big games. We talk about the place to watch the big games. Dive into the best pool in history. It's Stadium Swim, Circa Resort and Casino. If you haven't been, here's your chance to go. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools, 3 different levels. Perfect view of a massive 40-foot tall, high-definition screen. You've heard about it. Go experience it yourself. It's Stadium Swim, America's favorite place to watch football, with the swim-up bars, the Insta-ready selfie walls, and a nonstop party. The perfect game day spot might be the cozy day beds, private cabanas. Either way, grab a lounge at the center of the action and reserve your place today. 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino. That's downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today. CircaLasVegas.com. Good luck.
This is a tough task. And I think week 3 and week 4 of the NFL season are the hardest ones to judge because do you trust what happened in week 2? Who were the NFC contenders? And I'll just start there.
They all lost.
Going into the season, San Francisco, Detroit, Dallas, Philly, they're all 1-1. How much do you trust Minnesota? How much do you trust Pittsburgh, Buffalo? It's
New Orleans.
New Orleans.
Jim
New
Harbaugh
Orleans.
and the Chargers.
New Orleans, who's scoring at a record pace.
Who would have thought?
You also have to look at some of their opponents. So I'm going to do my best to give you my opinion, and I would challenge everyone, if you disagree, feel free to voice your disdain for my opinion. Number 1, which I don't think anybody can really argue, that is the only easy one. That is the Kansas City Chiefs. Even though in the standings, right now they are second in their division. They're tied with the Chargers. They haven't looked great. Looked like they were sleepwalking through the game against the Cincinnati Bengals. But they are the reigning champs. They're doing what they have to do to win games, finding ways, and even if you feel like the officials are helping them out, they make their own luck. The Chiefs are the number 1 team in the NFL. Number 2, the Houston Texans. And you could say, well, look at the opponents, because a lot of this is looking at the opponents, the Colts and the Bears. The Colts are worse than I thought they would be. The Bears are as bad as anybody thought they would be, except for a few individuals who tried to pump their tires before. Caleb Williams, does he have a completion over 15 yards? And the answer is no.
John, remember when everybody said this was like the best place a number 1 pick could land? Where are those people now?
Yeah. He does have all the weapons, which any rookie quarterback has a bit of a pass. So I'm not going to jump on him too much. But the Houston Texans, and it's not just because of C.J. Stroud and the offense. It's because their defense has been dominant. I don't know what Chicago was thinking over the course of their game, continuing to run the ball on first down. Houston was killing them. And then they're setting Caleb Williams up for 2nd and 10, 2nd and 11, 2nd and 15 the entire game. So Houston for me is number 2, and it's basically about their defense. Number 3 for me. Now here's a bit of a shock because I did not have them in my first 2 weeks, but now they all of a sudden debut at number 3. The Buffalo Bills. Josh Allen has proven that he can be a quarterback that can win with lesser talent. No Stephon Diggs. And again, this is about defense. And you look and you say, okay, well, they're opponents. The Cardinals week 1. We're still trying to figure out what the Cardinals are, and we'll find out on Sunday. But the Dolphins, they knock out Tua Tagovailoa, but that game was out of hand even before that happened. They absolutely dominated defensively. 2 very good mobile quarterbacks. They were able to contain them, but it's about the play of their offensive line. Josh Allen gets a little dinged up in week 1 because he's a playmaker. He was untouched against that Dolphins defense, and it's not a bad defense. Now, they're down a couple of players, but that offensive line has been playing at an elite level. Number 4 for me, and here's where we start to get a little bit sketchy. They were number 2 last week, San Francisco 49ers. I have them at 4. They obviously lost to the Vikings. Didn't look great in doing so, but and I'm curious as to how they're going to handle being down Christian McCaffrey, now Deebo Samuel. But I still think showing what they did in week 1 without Christian McCaffrey, they've got the ability with Mason to continue to run the football. Offensively, I think they're going to be okay. Defensively, they're going to have to hold a minute. And I think the big difference in that game was the special teams touchdown that they surrendered. I know you're shaking your head.
This is the first objection I will have, but I'll let you finish.
All right. Number 5 for me. They were number 3 last week. It is the Detroit Lions. I love you shaking your head. I can't wait to get your opinion on this. I think that they played good enough to win, except they didn't win. You got to score in the red zone. They were an offense that marched up and down the field. But that's the one glaring deficiency for this team. 1 for 7 in the red zone. I do believe it will be fixed. I do believe it was an error by Ben Johnson. There were a number of different, corrections that they can make. We heard from Dan yesterday about why they failed to finish the deal in the red zone, but they're not my number 5 team. And this is where you start again. You're talking about 1-1 teams, and they're 1-1 teams, and there are going to be 2-0 teams that are not on this list. It's okay. The Chargers make their debut at number 6. A win over the Raiders, a win over the Panthers, and you look and you say, I don't know. Their offense, as much as I don't want to say it, with J.K. Dobbins, Justin Herbert, you can rely on running the football, and they've been able to do that. Their defense has been good, even though they played against 2, insufficient offenses. The teams that I have left out, we already mentioned Philly, the Saints. Everybody's going to say, why aren't the Saints in the top 6? Jim, I'm sure you're going to.
They went into Dallas. Why are they not there? 2-0.
Right, yeah. Well, I don't trust Dallas. I don't trust Dak Prescott. And I know they haven't lost in Dallas in 18 games?
That's what I was going to bring up. They're very good at home.
They are but those are all last year's stats. They have not been proven to be good at home this year. And a win over Carolina doesn't mean much of anything right now. They've already benched Bryce, what's his name? Bryce Young?
Yeah.
I can't remember his name, his number 1 pick. But Carolina is absolute dumpster fire. So I'm still not sure what to make about the Saints. Seattle, a 2-0 team. How could they possibly not be on this list? They're right there, but they've had wins over the Broncos and the Patriots. Those aren't quality wins to me. Tampa Bay, obviously this is the one where you're going to say, hey, they beat the Lions. I just don't trust Baker Mayfield, even though look at their numbers. Look at their stats. To me, they've done what they had to do to win 2 games. In weeks 3 and weeks 4, I will start to trust some of these results a little bit more, but I need more data in doing so. Here's the one that's a 1-1 team that worries me a little bit. And we'll talk about this more when we talk about the NFC teams and the NFC North teams. Green Bay. They had a win with Malik Willis, who has been with the Green Bay Packers up until then 3 weeks. This is a guy that is not a starting quarterback in the NFL. This was an absolute win by Matt LaFleur. He is proving that he is one of the finest coaches in the NFL to be able to win and put together a game plan with Malik Willis. And I know it goes to Indianapolis. How good, how bad are they? And I think they're not going to be very good this year. Anthony Richardson, basically his rookie season, because he played 4 games last year, and then he was out with the shoulder injury. I'm trying to figure out what to trust, what not to trust, but that's right now where I believe these teams land.
The one thing with the Packers is, Richardson was hitting their DBs in stride. So, okay, it looked like he was actually throwing the passes to them.
Yeah.
Look, they got a win. They stole a win. Because they shouldn't have won with Malik Willis as your QB. So credit to LaFleur and those guys.
100%.
I got to say right now, I think Tampa Bay's omission is you got to give. I guess people are just never going to give them credit.
No
that was my biggest issue too.
They've got to earn just a little bit more.
Well, they just went on the road and beat one of the 5 best teams in football. They should be in the power surge. Winning has to count for something.
They went into Dallas and won by 25. Yeah. They have a plus 62 point differential, the best in the league by far.
Yeah, but they played Carolina week 1, and
they went to Dallas and won.
But Dallas,
but if you're going to put the Chargers in, but not Tampa, not New Orleans, those teams have real wins. The Chargers don't have a real win, and I think they're going to be a playoff team. But as we sit 2 weeks in, I think putting the Chargers in over the Bucs or the Saints, that's why it's my power surge. I know, John.
And these are the teams that I think are, as we sit right now. I know a loss, it's going to hurt, but I've got to go with what my gut says, what I'm seeing on the games, and what I believe will play out throughout the course of the season.
I thought the Niners at 4 was high too, especially with the injuries. Like, I'd have the Lions ahead of the Niners right now.
You know what else is emerging here is the AFC is even better than the NFC than we thought.
Oh, there's no question.
You can make an argument almost to go with all AFC teams.
Oh, what do I do with Pittsburgh?
Besides the
Pittsburgh's
Saints.
2-0.
The Steelers are undefeated.
By the way, Chargers Steelers this week. 2-0 teams.
That is
for a spot in the power surge. It's on the line.
I think you are also seeing not just how good these AFC teams are, you're also seeing how good some of these AFC coaches are. Andy Reid, Mike Tomlin, as much as I don't want to say it, Jim Harbaugh, DeMeco Ryans in Houston. You want to talk about a team that has made a flip in where they were 2 years ago. CJ Stroud, big part of it last year, but that defense under DeMeco Ryans' guidance, damn, they're good.
And that is the power surge. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you, understands you, and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They take the time to get to know you, as they did me, and they're going to work with you to build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. Mine's different than Jim's, different than Heather's, different than Tom's. It's different than yours, and they're going to make one that fits you. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Early lead, 3-1 win late in extras, Dan Dickerson's call. The Lions are a Super Bowl caliber football team. They were in John's power surge.
Yep.
You'll never believe who's getting credit for the Lions' success. We'll play the audio at 7:02. Absolutely ridiculous. But as we talk Lions football, John.
I actually saw that last night while I was eating and almost choked. That's how absurd.
There's audio, and it's from one of the most respected names in football. You'll never believe who's getting credit for what the Lions are doing. That's at 7:02. John, who is the biggest NFC threat for these Detroit Lions? Because as I look around, the Niners lost, the Cowboys lost, the Eagles lost. Who is the biggest threat for this Lions football team in the NFC?
I still think it's San Francisco. And I also think it's
even
still
with
the
injuries.
Eagles. So, okay, the Lions don't play them until later in the season. And I think they're going to make some adjustments to be able to compensate for some of their injuries. Now, we know last year they went on a 3-game losing streak without Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuels, and Trent Williams. They still have Trent Williams. They still are able to run the ball, but they're playing the Rams this week. Now, it's in L.A.,
but they're all beat up too.
They're all beat up, and I think they'll get right against the Rams, and they play the Patriots. So some of this is me trusting what I've seen from the teams and what I believe they are versus some of their record, because it's really hard with only 2 games to actually peg a team as like Tampa. Do I believe they're going to win their division? Yes. Do I believe they're a contender for the Super Bowl? No. And so I that's where I get caught up in they beat the Lions, yet I have them behind the Lions in the power surge. And I think New Orleans was the hardest one to judge. And I go to the opponents of Carolina. Okay, they should blow out Carolina. Blowing out Dallas is obviously a check in the very positive column. But I don't trust Dallas. And with CeeDee Lamb not playing most of the preseason and with everything going on there, all of the issues they had with Dak's contract, I don't know that Dak's contract is playing well in the locker room. And what does that mean for Micah Parsons? Like, they're going to pay him.
Yep.
But I think there's some disgruntled players in that locker room. And
they're combustible. I think there's a huge level
I think
of combustibility with Dallas.
Could explode.
I said before the season I thought it was the Eagles. I think it still might be them by default. I think the San Francisco injuries are noteworthy. I think the record last year without Deebo, without Trent, now you throw in CMC's hurt. I know Trent Williams is healthy. Brock Purdy without some of those easy yards after the catch from Deebo and Christian McCaffrey. Yeah. I think they'll still run the ball. It's the Shanahan offense. But does Purdy get exposed at all in the next month without Deebo, without Christian McCaffrey? And then I look to the Eagles and say, well, they do have the better offensive line. If Sirianni can get his head out of his, I feel like they're the better team.
Well, and the Eagles honestly should have won that game.
Yes.
And to me, it was very Lions-esque in the NFC Championship game where you have a 4th and 2 drop by Josh Reynolds. If they just simply complete the ball to a very reliable pass catcher out of the backfield, Saquon Barkley, the ball was in his hands and he dropped it. I trust him to catch that 9 times out of 10, if not more, and he dropped it.
You know what got Sirianni was the inconsistency. Early in the game, it's a 4th and 4, and they decide, we're going for it because that's what we do. This is who we are. We're going for it. 4th and 3 to win the game, we're kicking a field goal, leaving the door open for Kirk. I actually think you just got to be consistent with both. If they kick the field goal early and kick the field goal late, they win. If they go for it both times, they may win because they give themselves a chance there at the end.
Here's my doubt about Philly. Jalen Hurts turnovers.
It's an issue.
3 of them in the very first game, and it became an issue last year. When they started to fall apart, turnovers for Jalen Hurts was an issue.
It's the same thing with Goff with the Lions, though. They had eerily similar losses. They both should have won, the Eagles and Lions. So I think in the NFC right now, the teams that have the least to worry about are the Lions and the Eagles. But this is what ticks me off more about this loss a few days later. The Lions had such an opportunity to seize control of the NFC early. After 2 weeks and the way these teams look, and they blew that game.
Yeah.
And it infuriates me because I feel like this is, if they don't get the number 1 seed, we will look back on this week.
Right. If Tampa is better than I think they are, and they just find ways to win games, right now they're 2 behind because they lose the tiebreaker to Tampa Bay in terms of seeding for the playoffs. And that's going to hurt. What really annoys me is the lessons that should have been learned over the past 2 seasons. You lose to Minnesota in 22, and we've heard from Dan Campbell how that one haunts him. And you lose last year to the Seattle Seahawks in week 2, coming off a big win against Kansas City. Now you have an emotional win against the Rams. What are you leaning on? You have to lean on your experience, and they just simply didn't do that. And they dropped the game early on that they know will be an issue later on.
They didn't seize the day.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm a big carpe diem person. Seize the moment. And they haven't seized it. You get it the first couple years. Campbell's growing as a coach, in the Minnesota game, makes some blunders. They didn't finish, but they're young. Last year, Seattle, I was there. It was frustrating, but they got sloppy in the third quarter, and that has been one of this team's bugaboos that people sometimes talk about. It makes me mad that they didn't. They were sitting right there, and from the coaching mistake to the Goff turnovers.
Okay, listening to you now and off air, it seems like you are more upset that the Lions lost because of what happened to Dallas, Philly, and San Francisco, because it was a missed opportunity. I look at it the opposite way. I'm not happy the Lions lost. I'm not happy that the same mistakes early in the season are rearing their ugly head. But I feel better that they didn't lose ground to San Francisco, didn't lose ground to Dallas or Philly. The Lions should have won, they didn't win, and they still sit level with those teams.
And that's the positive out of it. And I do agree with you on that. But I look at if this team's going to do what, especially me and John, and you set the Super Bowl bar too. We just had different regular season prediction. It was sitting right there, and they blew it.
It's still right there. Would be my point. Those teams
made it harder on themselves.
Those teams they made it equal, the same as it was before Sunday. It's the same as it was before Sunday.
And the reason
I'd be kicking myself if San Fran won. I go, damn it, you should have been even with them. If Philly did what they're supposed to do and finish that game, I'd go, now I'm more upset at Sunday because the Lions are behind. They're equal with those teams right now, and I happen to believe the Lions are better than those football teams. So I'll take even knowing I got my team going the rest of the way better than those teams.
I still think it's coming down to what me and you both thought, though, Philly and the Lions in the NFC. I think that,
and they don't play head to head.
The Niners are it's gonna be NFC West is gonna be crazy this year. I think. I think
Seattle's 2-0. Arizona.
The thing is, I think it's gonna be. I think 10-7 is gonna win that division. The Niners are gonna take a hurt here with losing both McCaffrey and Debo, and I don't think their defense is as good as it used to be to rely on. They're fortunate they get the Rams this week. I mean, the Rams, it's just everything has gone south. Nobody will play the Rams team that the Lions played until maybe late in the year.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, we've got a lot still to do today. 7:35, Sharon Moore joins the show. What went into the decision to bench Davis Warren and go with Alex Orji, the matchup with USC on Saturday? That's coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. We're also going to get to this weird person who's getting credit for the Lions' success. From a prominent voice in the NFL, we'll tell you who's getting credit for the Lions' success next. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. Another series win for the Tigers, their 4th straight. This time they take at least 2 of 3 against the Royals as their chase for the playoffs continues. 3-1 was the final in 10 innings last night. Minnesota did beat the Guardians, so the ground to make up remains 1.5 for Detroit. Tigers-Royals will continue to be a night matchup for the finale. It'll be a Tarek Skubal start as Detroit looks for the impressive sweep in Kansas City. Bill Belichick may be raising a few eyebrows for Lions fans when talking about the teams who have been solidifying themselves as contenders in the league. On the Let's Go podcast with Tom Brady, the Hoodie gave credit to their former coach for success they're seeing now. Finally, Patricia paying off. He was, of course, fired by the team in 2020 after going 13-29-1 in about 2.5 seasons. And actually, Frank Ragnow was the only current starter on the line who was drafted while Patricia was at the helm in Detroit. And in the UFL, including the Michigan Panthers, they're going to be back for another season. Their 2025 campaign will return on the weekend of March 28th with ESPN, ABC, and Fox airing games again. They're also adding Friday Night Football to their slate, which will begin a 10-week regular season schedule. Season tickets will go on sale on October the 15th. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
You heard it in the update. Can you believe that?
What? The fruits of his labor?
Credit Matt Patricia for what the Lions are doing.
What?
John, his biggest contribution was getting himself fired so that Dan Campbell could be hired. Beyond that, he doesn't deserve a diddly squat for what's going on.
Come on, Bill. Come on.
You know what it is? It's everything that's wrong with analysis on TV, sports or otherwise. It's people looking out for their friends. You're buddies with Matt Patricia, so you're going to give him credit. He doesn't deserve any. Come on, Belichick.
I mean, I was speechless last night. I'm still kind of speechless now. What? The fruits of his labor. The only guy that was drafted on this offensive line by when Matt Patricia was here, or if you want to say Bob Quinn drafted Glasgow and Decker. Okay, Ragnow is the only one that was drafted while Matt Patricia was the coach. First round pick. It's a great pick.
Sure.
But I'm not going to give him credit for building this offensive line or it providing any fruit for this team.
I don't understand. Can we play that again?
Matt Patricia, correct me if I'm wrong, the rocket scientist, was supposed to be a defensive genius.
He had the greatest call in the history of the Super Bowl. Just ask him.
Well, defensive genius. How good was the defense while he was here?
John, when his tenure ended, they had given up more yards and points in a single season in Lions franchise history. It was the worst this franchise has ever seen, and the Lions once upon a time went 0-16. Yet somehow he dug the defense into an even deeper hole. John, in looking back, we should have known because he was the rocket scientist who had a pencil in his ear but had a whiteboard in front of him. You need a marker. It wasn't all there up top for Matt Patricia.
And would stand separate from all players and coaches. Like, don't talk to me. I'm figuring this out.
Now, don't forget he gave Belichick the blueprint to stop the Rams offense. That was another positive.
So basically responsible for multiple Super Bowls.
And then greatest loss in Lions history still was that Chiefs loss at home.
Matt Patricia, anybody want to give him credit? 248. No, this is such a joke. You want to say that they drafted a really good center while he was the head coach. Fine. This offensive line didn't come together until Dan Campbell started coaching.
Yeah.
Till the culture set in with Dan Campbell. And the entire football team, and you need a team to win in this league, is because they hired Dan Campbell.
You know what this is? It's an example of when people get into the media having blind allegiance to something.
Yep.
And it's like you lose credibility with this. It's like I don't really want to hear anything from Bill Belichick in terms of analyzing things when he puts this out there because, number one, it's foolish, and why go there? Why try? It was unnecessary.
Right. What did he provide Philly when he was their defensive coordinator? What did he provide as the offensive coordinator for New England when Bill Belichick was there?
John, on Monday night, he was a guest on the Manning Cast, and he's going to be on the Manning Cast all year. And it's Falcons and it's Eagles. And at one point, Bill just kind of goes off on a little tangent about how the Falcons tampered with 3 free agents and lost a draft pick. And then Peyton has to just pick it up with, All right, nice pickup on first down. Like, he just clearly had a vendetta against the Falcons because they didn't hire him, and he clearly wants to do well by his buddies. You shouldn't be in the media in that role. I want to hear your football stories. I want to hear your football acumen. I don't want you to lie to me. I don't want you to put a spin on everything.
Well,
I don't need it.
So I'm gonna give him a little bit of a pass because I do like listening to his football analysis.
I do.
And I when he's on with McAfee during the week,
Yeah, it's good stuff.
it's really good. And okay, he made an error, right? Made a judgment error in talking about that. And I think part of it is he doesn't understand what really happened here in Detroit. He does not understand how bad it got here with Matt Patricia.
I think what it is Belichick has a ton of credibility when he's talking about defenses and game plans and being in the battles that he's gone into with some of the great quarterbacks in the NFL and the Super Bowls he's been in. He has a lot of credibility there. You lose some credibility when you're going to tell me Matt Patricia deserves credit for what's going on with the Lions.
Yeah. And at some point, you got to admit a mistake. We've done that here.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, and I know you've talked about it. You are a reformed Goff hater.
Yep.
Obviously, I made a monster mistake when I put Michigan in the playoffs. I'm laughable, right? But I'm willing to own it and admit it. And when you're talking about a coach that came into a franchise that was a playoff team, and 9-7's not good enough. And I know some of that was Bob Quinn, but Matt Patricia was supposed to come in and get things right here defensively.
248-539-9797. People have reactions to that clip we played where Belichick says the fruits of Matt Patricia's labor are on display right now for the Lions. Let's get to Joe and Troy. You're on 97.1.
Oh, my gosh. I never call the show. All I do is listen. I've listened for years and years and years. I never call in. I woke up this morning feeling great, and you hear Matt Patricia on the radio, and all of a sudden, inside, visceral rage. I've watched Lions football for decades, and all we do is blow it. Now, finally, we get some Dan Campbell in our life, and we finally turn the corner, and they bring back Campbell. I'm actually, shaking. It's the worst. Matt Patricia on the Detroit radio, it just set my day. Now I don't even know where I'm going to go from here.
Well, I hope you have a better day. Hopefully we can calm you down. Thank you for listening. Keep listening. We're going to do our best to we are enraged as well.
Yeah, Joe, we felt this way too.
We're going to try and talk you off the ledge. And I am still, after hearing this last night, now it's 13, 14 hours later, I'm still feeling the same way he's feeling.
Somebody's ticket text I don't know that I want to read. Let's go to Brian on a cell. Brian, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, guys. I have a theory on the Belichick-Patricia thing, and you can kick me off the air after I tell you it, and that's fine. But I think that guy was just helping Bill get laid. And there is no other reason on God's green earth that justifies anything. Patricia was horrible. He was horrible here. And then after John, and you're dead wrong, John, I totally disagree. And I think Bill Belichick knew exactly what was going on with the Patricia project with the Lions and knew it was a debacle. But he still brought the guy back. After everything that went wrong, he had him come back, and the guy was divorced. And then he broke up with another chick in 23, and then he was still having Patricia on the staff. And then Patricia got another job, and Bill Belichick went his separate way.
What does their love life have to do with this? I'm a little confused by that part.
So you're saying he's his wingman?
Absolutely. There's no other reason.
Okay.
And look,
all right,
and
Brian.
he didn't need him. He didn't need him on New England.
Belichick
right?
didn't, correct.
He continued to win Super Bowls after Patricia left. So why did he bring him back anyway after a failure tenure in Detroit?
So your theory is because he's the world's best wingman. Lousy defensive coach.
Yeah.
But when they get to the bar scene, Matt's setting him up left and right.
So did Matt set him up with his new squeeze?
With the latest?
The young one?
Yeah.
Ooh. Maybe.
He uses the pencil to get numbers.
Mm-hmm. Well,
You find that hot, Heather?
no, not at all.
You find that hot, Heather?
Yeah, that pencil.
I had to.
Wow.
I had to.
Is that
Come
a
on.
pencil in your? Wasn't in
knew
his
she
pocket.
didn't.
Look at him back there sharpening his pencil.
I didn't think when we brought this topic up that we were going to get the wingman argument.
Well, everything. The natural reaction to this, it's like what you can't get a call on the Tigers, but bring up Matt Patricia and the Boyle.
Because
I
it's-
dare
it's-
you to play that again, Greg. It has ticked off Detroit this morning. The
it's-
ticket texts are out of control. I mean, there's stuff I can't print.
Oh, I can imagine. What we had one caller who's listened for years, doesn't want to call, but he's forced to call because
Compelled.
he is shaking mad. I get that reaction.
The only thing Matt Patricia did with the fruits was eat them, is what the ticket texts are saying.
This one's okay. I'm not going to read that one.
I
I'll let you read
I don't
these
think it
off
was
air.
enough fruits and vegetables. That might have been the problem.
We have calls to get to. We have ticket texts that we can read. We'll get to those as well. Sharon Moore at 7:35. Bill Belichick says, "Come on, this O-line. It's Matt Patricia. Give him credit. It's 97-1."
Well, talking about fruits and vegetables, I guess I'll use that as a transition to Ideal You. You want to eat your fruits and vegetables. You love protein, steak, chicken, fish. Ideal You is the program that you want to be on. What motivated me to try Ideal You is the fact that I saw myself in pictures and I didn't like how I looked. I didn't like how I felt. And I want to make sure with 5 kids that I'm around for a majority, or at least hopefully a large part of their lives. So I called Ideal You and they set me up with a program. And now I'm 2.5 years down the road. I'm 70 pounds lighter. I feel better. I get a chance to be on the ground playing with Teddy. I've got no issue getting off the ground. I'm loving life and I'm loving my family. If you want the same effect on your life, if you want to change how you're eating, you want to change your lifestyle, give Ideal You a shout. That's idealu.us, and you could schedule your free consultation, and they're going to tell you exactly how to do it. You could lose 20, 30, or even 40 pounds lighter in just 40 days. Ideal You has helped thousands of people like me and you, and they can help in a lot of different ways, and they're going to support you along the way. Weight loss coach, and even after you've achieved your goals, they're going to stay there to support you to make sure you keep that weight off. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us.
Life gets busy, and it's easy to miss that dental appointment. Maybe you've been putting it off, maybe pretending that issue is going to go away. Nobody's calling you out. There's no judgment at Brightside Dental. That's their deal. No judgment. 1-800-PAINLESS, brightside-dental.com. They're going to give you the best care you can get without any of those looks like, why, you haven't been flossing, none of that. And there's no better example than if you have a dental emergency, they can see you same day. 8 offices in Metro Detroit, $35 new patient special, 1-800-PAINLESS, brightside-dental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. You heard that right. That's Bill Belichick. That's yesterday. The fruits of all Patricia's labor paying off for the Detroit Lions. I guess we should thank him. Come on, guys. Ticket texters are understandably irritated by Bill Belichick's comments.
Even the conversation of bringing up his name is irritating.
The best contribution made by Patricia is the pencil in his ear had an eraser on it. By We Hardly Knew You, DG in Fenton. Bill is trolling Detroit. You guys are taking the bait. Ticket Texture says, I'm so glad the Red Wings re-signed Lucas Raymond. The fruits of Patricia's labor are really paying off. Bob Quinn and Matt Patricia are 100% responsible for the Lions' turnaround. They were so bad that ownership finally did the right thing and hired Campbell and Holmes. This one says, Matt the Fat, the worst coach I've ever seen in Detroit. Old Bill is senile. And at least one Ticket Texture says, the wingman theory is the best I can come up with, too.
The wingman theory. That's hilarious.
But okay, so people also pointed out that Ben Johnson was
an assistant,
and Hank Fraley was an assistant under the previous regime too.
Correct.
And 3 offensive linemen on this team were drafted under the previous regime. My point was, you could find an individual coach or an individual player. The Lions' history is littered with having a good to great player, Barry, Kelvin, Stafford, drafting a good player here or there, Frank Ragnow, right? They didn't start winning until they had a cohesive coaching staff. So if you want to give credit for finding a guy, great, but you're not getting credit for what's going on in Detroit right now.
So I still believe this is Dan Campbell's offense. He brought this offense with him. Anthony Lynn was the original coordinator. He didn't like how Anthony Lynn was operating, so he took over play calling and then ultimately promoted Ben Johnson from tight ends coach to offensive coordinator with the direction of, this is the offense I want run. This is how I want it run. Now operate within those parameters.
Right. The standard was set by Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes.
It's certainly Brad Holmes. Yeah, I mean, you talk about the talent on this roster. This was the worst roster in the entire NFL when Brad Holmes took over.
Including the offensive linemen they had.
Yeah.
Yeah. This Lions offensive line didn't become elite until Penei Sewell was drafted by Brad Holmes to be the key cog in that line. And they didn't develop those offensive linemen until Dan Campbell showed up and set the culture and the identity of this football team. And everybody knows the defense, while not top 10, was the worst in franchise history under Patricia, and they're much better now.
Well, and you also, I mean, okay, if Decker was here, Glasgow was here when Matt Patricia arrived. He wasn't here when they drafted them.
Right.
And then Frank was the pick that is still here, and he's an all-pro. They didn't find success with those players. I think the sign of a good coach is that you're able to coach and create an offense that allows your players to be successful. Matt Patricia didn't do that.
Guys, I got to ask you a question here. Drew in Woodhaven on Ticket Text brought up an interesting point.
Okay.
Are we trolling Lions fans by bringing this up? Because we're getting accused of doing Rieger radio.
Oh, no. That's never a good
I mean, this is like Rieger bringing up Stafford stuff. I do kind of think he's right,
okay,
but I think it's relevant because he just said it and it's in the news.
Okay, yeah. Dave Burkett put out an article in the Detroit Free Press with these quotes.
Blame him.
Well, no, I mean, I respect Dave. So, like, you got to choose. Is Dave doing Rieger radio in the Detroit Free Press? I don't think anybody would accuse Dave Burkett of that. They're playing the clicks game, Dave. You're better than this.
We're just going to ignore a comment that was made by...
No, but it is. He is right, technically. We have to bring this up because it's fresh and it's news. Look, but this is trolly. It's bringing up a lot of... I mean, you heard the first guy's call. He wakes up in the morning. He's ready, ready to hop and skip to work, and then he hears this, and it ruins his day.
Yeah, but blame Belichick, not us. That's what I would say. That's what I'd say to you. We got Sharon Moore at 7:35. Let's get to Heather's news.
Greg, what do you got?
I was going to comment that trolling would be saying, I agree with Bill Belichick.
Right.
That's
Right.
trolling.
Yeah. Thank you.
Here's what I got, you guys. This is pretty cool. A Michigan deputy is being praised for her bold actions to prevent a crash in Macomb County last week. So last Wednesday, police received a report about this erratic driver heading south on Gratiot. This was in Mount Clemens. And police were able to find the vehicle, attempted to pull this truck over, but the driver refused to stop. And there's video that was released by the sheriff's office, shows this truck hitting the curb, then kind of bouncing back into traffic. But the driver was going 5 miles per hour. Very, very slow, appeared to be in a daze, couldn't comprehend requests from the deputies. Clearly, something was going on with this driver. The driver was able to roll down his window and was able to apply some pressure to the brakes. So that was a great thing. And that's when the deputies pulled up right alongside the truck, and this deputy climbed through her window and then into the truck bed of this man's truck, was able to then get into the car.
Wow, full Mission Impossible.
Yes. And thankfully, nobody was hurt. Obviously, It was dangerous what she did, but also very dangerous that this driver was on the road driving in that and did need medical assistance. So that driver was taken to the hospital. Pretty incredible, though. And there is body cam footage that has been released. Hard to hear exactly what was going on, but yeah, she literally climbed out of the police cruiser into the truck and was able to safely pull that car over. Incredible.
When I heard that, I was like, hey, he's listening to Panic at the Disco.
Yeah. There will be no tailgating at Eastern Market for the Lions' next home game on September 30th. Officials say the decision was made out of respect for the victims of the shooting that took place on Sunday after that game. Now, Eastern Market executives say that they're going to use that time to work with Detroit police to put the necessary safeguards in place for when they do continue the tailgating tradition, because that is the ultimate goal. It's not shutting down forever. They are going to try to get everything they need to do to make this a safe place. They also want to make it a weapons-free zone moving forward. And then they say tailgating will continue for the remainder of the season.
Yeah, the Eastern Market tailgate's legendary for Lions fans. It's a place of camaraderie, fun, joy. Right. You never want that taken away.
No, and it's without a doubt, especially because of one person's actions, right? It could ruin the whole thing. And no, I'm hoping that it doesn't disappear forever, but it sounds like it's not going to, right?
Good.
A 15-year-old student was arrested at Southfield A&T High School on Monday after police say he was caught carrying a concealed gun. So that morning, Southfield police say school resource officers got this tip that a student was in possession of a handgun. That student was located, and after a brief struggle, the gun was recovered. Thankfully, no shots were fired, no injuries were reported, and investigators did discover that this teen stole the gun from a friend's house and then intended to use it as protection. But of course, they say that's no excuse to bring a gun to school, and that student has been charged with carrying a concealed weapon, resisting and obstructing, and possession of a weapon in a weapons-free school zone. He is in the Oakland County Children's Village. I highly doubt you guys are fans of Gilmore Girls.
Not really.
Wives? Daughters?
Daughters, yeah.
Like, I never watched it when it aired. It was on from 2000 to 2007.
Yeah.
But I watched it during the pandemic when there was like, oh, what do we do? We're in the house. And it was the longest thing to try to binge watch because there's so many episodes. But I did enjoy it. I liked it. And if you are a fan of Gilmore Girls, you need to head to Brighton this weekend because from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Saturday, downtown Brighton is going to be transforming into Stars Hollow. That's the town, obviously, where Gilmore Girls is set. 41 businesses along Main Street are going to be participating. They're going to be transforming into like a Gilmore Girls themed destination. The organizers say that they spent months preparing all the businesses that are going to be participating. They have thousands of people who responded on Facebook. They did like a Facebook event, and over 11,000 people said they wanted to go. So it's going to be really big. Lots going on. A lot of different events as well, not just shopping, little things you can go do. So, I'm sure you guys aren't into it, but maybe your wives are. Something you could go do.
Somebody's into it. It's
Yeah,
not for
you're like,
me.
"No, not for
It's not for us. I don't imagine you'll see John there, but
No.
but it is nice when you get geeked up about something and then
What it really is for is to highlight these businesses downtown, right? So go
Yeah,
and support them. That's what it is. And if you happen to be a Gilmore Girls fan too, enjoy it.
This is too much Brighton in the news for me. I don't know if I can handle it.
It's also National Cheeseburger Day today, so go get a burger. There's lots of places that have deals. McDonald's, Wendy's, Burger King, all of them have some specials going on and more.
Heather with the news. She mentioned the Eastern Market tailgate. Is it the right or wrong decision to cancel the Eastern Market tailgate for Monday Night Football? We'll get to that at 7:50, but coming up next is Sharon Moore. Made a quarterback change. He'll explain it to us next. It's 97.1.
NFL Week 3 is almost here. It's going to start Thursday night, and you can start the season with a big return on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. If you're new to FanDuel, you're going to get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. That's a $5 bet, and you're going to get started with $200 in bonus bets, and it's a guarantee. So pick one of the SGPs, the same game parlay for Thursday Night Football. It's Patriots versus the Jets. Check out Ramondre Stevenson, anytime touchdown. Breece Hall over rushing yards. Aaron Rodgers over passing yards. It's one that you can put together. They've got other ones that are pre-built for you. Just check out the app, and you can visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to make every moment more this NFL season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as Now in Trouble bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in the state of Michigan for over 25 years. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. With that focus on quality, they set out to create a beer that lets you have it all, and it's right in the name, All Day IPA, and here is what you get. It's a refreshing and deliciously flavorful, easy drinking and high-quality beer. All Day IPA is an IPA that is naturally brewed with an array of malts, grains, and hops, creating a delicious citrusy taste and a clean finish. It's the perfect beer for anyone looking to make the ordinary extraordinary and the good times great. And speaking of great times, it's the fall, and we've got a lot of great game days. All Day IPA is the perfect beer for anyone on game days, at your tailgate, or in the stadium. Visit foundersbrewing.com to find All Day IPA. All Day IPA, it's all in the taste. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
It's always Parker Meadows, and it's always a Tigers win. 3-1 in extra innings. Left 10 on base. Bullpen flirting with disaster early, shutting the door late. We'll talk more Tiger baseball in the 8 o'clock hour. Need to know if John believes yet.
I'm getting there.
We'll get there.
I'm getting there.
Just make up your mind and get there. Okay, before we do that, it was in Heather's news, this Eastern Market tailgate story. I think their heart's in the right place. There will be no tailgating at Eastern Market for the Monday night game, not this week, but next week for the Lions. Is it the right move or is it the wrong move?
I understand their reasoning for it, and I didn't see that reasoning until Heather had it in her news about honoring the victims. If there wasn't a week in between, I would probably be more on board. I think you could honor the victims this weekend and then allow tailgating next week, especially since it's a Monday night football game, allow those that have traditionally tailgated in that area to go back to tailgating in that area.
I get wanting to tread lightly because you don't want to be seen as insensitive. I just feel like it's in some ways respecting them that you don't let that incident shut down life, because the people who went to that tailgate probably enjoyed going to Lions tailgates, and you don't want to take that away from people. You want to provide a safe environment, which I think within 2 weeks you get with law enforcement. You do what you can to make that a safe environment, and you keep tailgating.
I don't see anything wrong with it. I was kind of shocked when you guys had some opposition to it, because to me, I'm like, well, it makes perfect sense, because not only are you honoring the victims and their families, but you're also, they said, taking time to make sure that they can bring in more security, work with the Detroit Police Department to see how they can set up other safeguards so that moving forward, they have more people in place in case something else happens. I don't see an issue with it. If
that's the reason, I think there's 2 weeks to make that happen. Mm-hmm. But and I can be on board with, hey, we're not going to have tailgating in this area to honor the victims. That's one I could support. If it's just simply about security, I think there's 2 weeks to get that done. There's plenty of time to make that happen.
Yeah, I see that too, I guess. But
I'm curious, has this been a boiling point? Is this something, if you tailgate at the Eastern Market, that you've been concerned about, and now all of a sudden it's something that you saw happening and you thought maybe security measures could have been put in place earlier?
I think people generally now are more aware of their surroundings, exits, concerns. I don't know. I mean, I'm not someone who regularly would tailgate at Eastern Market, but if you are, we want to hear from you this morning, 248-539-9797. Nobody wants to disrespect the people who lost their lives. It's an incredibly tragic, incredibly sad situation. We've had a lot of tragedy happen, and typically there is that mourning period, and then you don't let the acts of bad people take away good things.
But it is just one tailgate. They're not shutting it down for the whole season.
Which is a good point.
It's just one tailgate.
Yeah.
And
right.
then they want to make sure they have everything in place to move forward safely.
Ticket texters 248-539-9797. This one says, morning guys, it's the wrong move. It says a lot of businesses and vendors will lose money because of the tragedy. They're committed. It doesn't take long to have beefed up security. Signed, Dave.
Oh, I see that.
Yeah, and I think that's probably the bigger thing. If it's just simply the enjoyment of the individuals tailgating, that's one thing. And I, again, fully support honoring the victims. But if those businesses that are there's only, 9 home games this year. And I know they had the preseason games.
Do those families want the tailgate to be shut down? I think that's a fair question. If you're saying we're not going to do it to honor them, is that per request of the family? Or is there a world where those families say, hey, they would have liked the tailgate to go on. They would have liked their fellow Lions fans to still be able to live their life even amidst what was a tragic situation. Of course, with beefed up security.
I think the situation that we don't know.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. I would imagine no, they didn't get a request from the families. I think they're doing this on their own.
Yeah. With the best of intentions.
Right.
How much does Monday night factor into this? This is a unique event. This is the only Monday night game, right?
It is.
Yeah.
At home this year.
Yes.
So people set aside probably special plans for that day potentially to have a tailgate. I just don't know what are the other
options?
Feel
Where
like
does it push them to?
when you do something like this, you're letting the violence win.
Yes. Yeah, that's kind of the camp I found myself in.
Okay, Ryan, keep your radio
I mean, we
Yeah.
can have a real conversation. I see the lines lighting up. I'm sure you guys have a perspective. Right move or wrong move, a temporary one game, and that's, Heather, what you're pointing out, only one game that you say, hey, step away.
I get your point of view. And the more you talk about it, the more I'm like, okay, I wasn't thinking about the businesses and thinking about that. Now I'm understanding that a little bit more. What if it was you? I mean, would you go to the tailgate? Would you feel comfortable going to the tailgate on Monday if they had it Monday night on the 30th?
Yes.
Yes, I would too.
I actually feel like it's probably the safest it's ever going to be.
I would feel very comfortable going.
Yeah, obviously the reaction and show of whether there's police presence or, I mean, there's going to be something going on there. And we've talked about all the different events that have happened in Detroit and have commended the law enforcement for how safe they have made downtown Detroit everywhere feel.
Let's get to the phones. We've got a couple on hold right away. Ron in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Good morning.
Hey, I just want to chime in on that tailgate. So I was talking to the feeder. I was explaining to him, I've been a tailgate, Eastern Market tailgate person since 2019. What's been going on is with the emergence of the Lions being winners now, we got a lot of newcomers coming in. So a lot of those people that's coming in are entitled to those parking spots. The traditional people are doing what they're supposed to be doing, and this is what's happening. So arguments come up. I knew it was going to happen. So we are in shed 1. That happened at shed 5, between 5 and 6. So in that situation there, with security, they're going to have to tighten up, but they don't have enough people to man that area for somebody coming in that has a gun and whatnot. So, Jansen, I'm with you. I mean, I'm not with you, Jansen, because we need to shut that down until we get that thing right, because we don't want to have another incident moving on in the future.
Well, so that's why I asked the question, because I've not tailgated there, and I don't know what has been brewing. And I get the fact that you have some people that they have a traditional tailgate spots that they've been tailgating at for years, and now that the Lions are good, there's more people wanting to come down and tailgate, and they're quote unquote stealing their spot.
That's correct. So a lot of the issues going on is parking lot stealing, for the most part. That's what we call it. So they think they're entitled for those certain spots. They got numbers set up there, but they don't have it set up to where when you go in and put your order in, purchase your tickets, it's random. So you got 17 people that wants to go at once, but they got 4 parking spots. They got them spread out. So for the traditional parking people that come in to tailgate, those they already have them set up when they come in. It's the new people that's coming in that don't know the process, and then they get agitated and upset, and then they want something to happen quickly.
Okay.
And again, we don't know exactly the details of what led to the shooting, but it's put tailgating on pause for the next Lions home game. Mm-hmm. There will be no tailgating Eastern Market next
the
30th.
Yeah.
It's a Monday night football game.
But this... So I understand, trust me, the angst of getting the right spot, one that you've been in for 20 years, 30 years, and then somebody coming in and competing for that spot. But correct me if I'm wrong, this happened after the game, right?
It did.
Yes.
But we don't know what caused it. We really don't.
Started,
we don't have those details yet.
Phone calls to get to, ticket text to read, right move, wrong move, the 1 week pause. It's not a ban, but a 1 week pause on tailgating at Eastern Market. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Builder's First Source, a third straight win against a contending team. The Tigers overcame the Royals in 10 innings for a 3-1 victory in Kansas City. Parker Meadows and Riley Green driving in the winning runs and extras, and Jason Foley closed out the game for his 25th save. Here was Meadows with Bally Sports after a big win. And Detroit improves to 79 and 73. Did not gain ground on the wild card race after Minnesota beat the Guardians in Cleveland. The Tigers do remain 1.5 back. However, Seattle did lose to the Yankees and are now 1.5 back of Detroit in the race. Michigan State Athletics getting a big cash infusion from Justin Ishbia, brother of former walk-on Matt Ishbia, donating $10 million to programs at the university, specifically the men's basketball and baseball teams, and a portion towards NIL funds as well. Money's going to be used to refurbish the baseball field, be named after Matt and Justin's father, Jeff, who founded their family company, United Wholesale Mortgage. And Wolverines players are putting their trust in offensive coordinator Kirk Campbell during their switch to Alex Orji at quarterback. Multiple offensive players understand Orji's experience and skill set will be a big for the transition as they get set to open Big Ten play against number 11 USC on Saturday. Head coach Sharon Moore joined Jim and John earlier this morning and said that he announced the transition on Monday because he wanted to show confidence to his players in the switch to the new QB. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Is it the right move? Is it the wrong move? Eastern Market, in the wake of the tragic shooting, will not have tailgating for the Monday night game 2 weeks from now. Out of respect for the victims was the statement.
And to make sure they have enough security. It wasn't just out of respect for the victims. They want to make sure they have time to work with the police department to make sure they have all the safeguards in place.
Let's get to the phones. Craig in Fowlerville, your read. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. What's going on?
Good morning.
For many years, and kind of crossed with Sapinos there on Russell, and it was great for a lot of years. All the Lions were struggling, obviously, but it was awesome. I mean, everyone got to know each other. You waved to each other. Last year, there was just everyone was so ecstatic with lots of love and everything else. It was, the new people were welcome, if you want to say that, new people versus old people. But what's happened, especially early this year, is there's so many new folks down there that are excited. But they have no idea what's going on. So they're just walking right up to your tailgate and thinking that, hey, how much is some ribs? And you're like, dude, this is my family here. They don't know what's going on. And instead of just like, oh, sorry, they're like, well, come on, give me some ribs. It's got a different vibe. And what was scaring me, we were talking about it 2 weeks ago, was that I couldn't take my family down to the Lions games when we were in Silverdome after a while, just because every time there would be at least 8 or 9 fights, whether they were up in the concourses, down in the stands, but it had that vibe where people are like, yeah, let's go down there, and they're all vibed up for the wrong reason instead of, with love for each other, they're all like looking for fights. So I haven't seen it to that extreme yet, as what we used to deal with at Silverdome, if you guys are old enough to remember that. But, what breaks my heart, though, is that those businesses down there, they do. I mean, that's all. They're already some of them are struggling already, and that takes care of a lot of pain. Paying employees new wages and those kind of things, and that's all wiped out. I'd like to see the tailgate still open. I'd like to see, maybe try and make that like a family community environment where there is like a moment of silence during things down there during that Monday night tailgate. Although it's going to be wild. Maybe a memorial set up for them, that people can stop by to kind of give everyone a reminder, hey, come down here and have fun, but, check this out. Because if they put, like a big sign or, a dedication to those fallen folks, folks would be bringing down flowers, kind of make a big deal out of it, because it is a big deal.
Yeah.
Still have fun, but have in your mind, hey, this can get out of control quickly, and this is what happens when it does.
We got to respect one another. I mean, that's what it comes down to, and we've had a couple calls talking about how the tailgate culture can change. We got to respect each other.
Yeah. And here's the other thing about if it's the security protocols is, and I don't know how long it takes for them to work with the local, police department and other, security measures. If they don't have it Monday night, September 30 versus Seattle, there's not another home game until the very end of October, which is October 27th. So it's not just 2 weeks in between home games from Tampa to Seattle. It would literally be 6 weeks from the Tampa game until the Tennessee game, which would be the next home game, for them to increase their security presence and put new protocols in place.
Yeah.
And so that one buys that if they don't have it against Tennessee, it buys them another 4 weeks.
Right. Some ticket texts coming in, some of their thoughts on this. Texter says it's the wrong move. Games and tailgates must go on, otherwise the bad guys win. That's signed Chris. Says, morning fellas and Heather, if we could get things safe for the draft, we can get Eastern Market safe for games. Might be hard to find extra security for a Monday night versus a Sunday afternoon, but these are the things they have to consider. Texter says, I have a tailgate in a separate area from Eastern Market for the last 10 years. This is a one-time issue. Shutting down the area says to loyal fans and local businesses that the violence wins. The only ones being punished should be the cowards that had the gun. I hope he enjoys his jail cell on the unnamed ticket text. I think a better idea would be to keep the tailgate open and charge an extra $5 or $10 per person to park, donate to the families. I believe there's a GoFundMe that's been set up. This would help cover funeral costs and other expenses. That's an interesting outside the box idea, because that's what this person says. My friend owns a business in Eastern Market. Tailgaters are big for them. I want to respect the people and their lives that were lost, but there have to be other ways to do that without canceling a big event for so many people. Eastern Market is a really cool part of Detroit. I like going, like, not even just like Lion seasons, because you mentioned Supino, the pizza, the DeVries building, go shopping, but even in the sheds and all the people that make that such a uniquely Detroit place, some of the bars and the distilleries that are tucked in there too. It's a very unique, cool place in Detroit, and Lions tailgates are a special, sacred event for a lot of people. It's the highlight. It's a party. It's the community. It's the camaraderie. You don't want to let violence and a bad person take that away from people. As long as you can safely secure it, I think it should happen as normal as it can be on a Monday night.
And I know we think of the NFL season as being long, and it is, but there's literally only 9 Sundays or Mondays, those 9 opportunities throughout the course of an entire year to be able to have those, especially for those businesses. That's a mass of people that are in and around, and whether it's the business that they bring in on those game days, or it's the eye-opening, hey, I could come down here at other times and be able to partake of what Eastern Market has to offer.
Let's get to the phones. Nate in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, how y'all fellas doing?
Good. Good morning, Nate.
Yeah, I was talking to your screener, and when I used to go to the Silverdome, I used to tailgate at the Silverdome back in the early 90s when Barry was playing, and I was telling him that I'm surprised that nothing like this has been happening, because when I used to go to the Silverdome, and I can remember specifically the Lions was playing the Cincinnati Bengals. The Lions tailgaters had built a big giant slingshot, and they would shoot big water balloons over in Cincinnati's tailgating party and hit people. And I'm surprised that nothing like this hasn't happened already, because they used to do outlandish things out there at the Silverdome when I used to go. That was my point. I was surprised. I haven't heard what's going on downtown over the past week.
Right. Yeah. I think there was a line from someone after the shooting, like alcohol and something else don't mix.
It was
guns
the police
and alcohol.
chief,
Yeah,
James White.
Yeah, and I think that's always the danger with this, right? People get liquored up, especially all day. A Monday night, it becomes an all-day festivity. Maybe that's part of their consideration here. I still like to believe we can do it in a safe way, but I think that might be part of the consideration too, John, is that it's a night game where you have all-day drunken mischief, and it goes into the night, and if they aren't confident they can secure it, that might be part of the reason that they say, hey, take a week, which may turn into a couple weeks based on the schedule.
Yeah, I mean, it would be all the way to October 27th. I mean, you're talking about, Halloween.
Over a month. My initial gut was wrong move. Show goes on. Don't let the violence win. I know there's a lot of factors that go into this, and nobody wants to be disrespectful to people that lost their lives.
No, and it's those that lost their lives. It's those that are fearful of going back down there because they were there when it happened.
Texter says, I would ban tailgates across the city permanently. They're an accident waiting to happen. Nothing good comes from it. I disagree.
Yeah, that's a bit of a reach. That's first of all, it's not going to happen.
Not going to happen.
But I'm curious.
Nothing good comes from tailgating. I think some great bonding and time with your friends comes from tailgating.
Family.
Yeah.
There's some stereotyping or assuming with that. Not every tailgate is, a kegger.
Right.
Like John, for example, you tailgate before the games that you broadcast.
Well, there's a community aspect.
I don't think you drink
to it.
before, do you?
No. There's a community aspect to it because, and then this is where I do understand, hey, you've got a certain spot that you've been tailgating for some people for decades.
Tradition.
And you come in and somebody takes your spot and it becomes confrontational. But for the most part, when you show up at a tailgate, I got to assume it's the same for the Lions, that everybody that is around your tailgate has been doing the same thing. And it's a sense of community. There are people that I only see 8 Saturdays out of the year. And every once in a while you run into them at the mall or, life happens. But when you show up on game days, these people are going to be your neighbors. These people are across the street from you.
Should all be on the same team.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about the Tigers coming up next. I want to know what's going to take for John to buy in. Another miraculous, magical win for the Tigers last night. We'll talk about our baseball team. Jason Benetti is going to join us this morning at 9:35. The Power Surge later this hour. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're not going to the ballpark, if you're not going to the stadium, and you're not enjoying the live events, why not watch some of these great moments at the best pool in history, that's Stadium Swim, and it's located at Circa Resort and Casino. You can catch all these games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. They've got 6 pools on 3 different levels, and there is a great view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen that is Stadium Swim. It's America's favorite place to watch football and any sport. Swim-up bars, Insta-ready selfie walls, one nonstop party. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy daybeds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. You can reserve your spot today. It's 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Bullpen magic again for the Tigers. Dan Dickerson's call. That was the 5th inning. Casey Mize, they played with fire. They let him load the bases. And Shelby Miller, 1 pitch, double play, inning over. Now, Shelby Miller created his own bases loaded situation the very next inning and got out of that as well. John, it's magic. It's miraculous. It's happening. And I turn to you again today, as I did yesterday and as I will every day until you buy in all the way. What's it going to take for you to believe this is a playoff team?
Probably not until the season's over. And
Actually
they're
in?
Yeah. I mean,
so they're 1.5 back. If they were to get the playoff spot itself, a couple days from now, they have the spot. Still not enough? They got to finish it?
They got to finish it. And, I mean, there's – if they're in a playoff spot and now they are the ones that are being chased, obviously I'll feel very much different because it's not just what the Tigers are doing. And that's where I'm really trying to wrap my head around this is they've got 4 more very difficult games. And now you have one of those is a school will start, which is today. You've got a day off tomorrow, and then you're going to be in Baltimore for 3 games. Those are going to be tough because you have Montero pitching, who has been good. You've got an undecided on Saturday, and then Sunday you've got Casey Mize. And we saw the pickles that he got in yesterday, and I'm just looking at it going, it's you have to take care of your own house and your own business. But then I look at Minnesota, you got to believe that they're going to continue going down this path of self-destruction. And that's where I kind of struggle saying, I don't know that, are they going to be able to find something to get right in the final 9 games of the season? That's where I struggle.
Yeah, it's interesting because the Twins will play 1 more game than the Tigers the rest of the way, and I think ordinarily you go, that's a disadvantage for Detroit. I actually think it's an advantage because Minnesota's played losing baseball for the better part of a month, actually going back more than a month. The fact that they have more opportunities to lose, I know that's opportunities to win, but they're going to lose these games the way they're playing, and the Tigers continue to find ways to win. I mean, Bo Brisky strikes out the side in the 7th inning. It's the heart of the order for the Royals. I mean, Tyler Holton, arguably the best reliever in all of baseball. I know Clase is having a great season, but Holton is a super reliever. He comes in, eats up the 8th and the 9th inning. I mean, it's the bullpen magic. It's getting a balk in extra innings. Like, everything's going their way. There's a ball early in the game that only Parker Meadows could get to, right? Parker Meadows gets the big knock in extras, and it's not a hard hit ball. It's a ball that gets hit. A baby bloop, I think is what Dickerson called it, just where it needed to be. Everything lines up for the Tigers. Even when you're going, Mize didn't pitch well enough to win that game. Miller loading the bases the next inning. They had 9. It was 10 left on base for the Royals. Tigers shouldn't have won that game on the box score, but the Tigers find ways to win these games.
If you look at the box too with Mize, I'm baffled still watching that he gave up 1 run.
Yeah,
because it went deeper than just putting guys on base and getting out of it. His pitch location was off at least 10 times significantly. Like they were pointing it out on the broadcast. Yep. It's like he's missing and missing bad. He missed so bad on the ball that was hit deep that Meadows saved him on. I mean, that saved the game. It gave him a chance. And it's just like the right things are happening at the right times. And there's a magic, or I will use your word.
How long does it last?
John.
So that's my question is...
You don't want to believe
because
you think it's going to strike midnight. And I'm to a point where I think this is happening. I mean, they win today. They're 2 behind the Royals. You're putting the Royals in the picture. You're putting home field in the wild card round in the picture. I mean, they're defying logic. But this happens in sports once in a while. And logically, you're having a tough time seeing that because it doesn't make sense. But these things do happen occasionally. How far it's going to go, who knows? But...
Look, if John doesn't want to have the conversation, Tom, you and I can set the playoff rotation coming up next. I think we could.
Well, Mize isn't starting, and I don't think he should be on the playoff roster. Do you? See, what about Tort?
Right.
Maeda? I mean, I think one of them has to be, don't they?
Maeda was warming up, I think, last night. I think everybody collectively, oh, no.
Well, they brought in Shelby Miller.
I know.
Who's probably, after Maeda, the last guy people want to see come in, and he got out of it.
I think what's telling here is something that Doug said earlier this week. Doug goes, I don't want to shame anybody, but if you're not paying attention to this, what the hell's wrong with you? I don't know if he said, what the hell's wrong with you, because Doug's a nice person. But, like, seriously, guys, if you're not watching this, paying attention to this, listening to this, if you don't care about this, I don't know what's going on. If you're a sports fan, this is what we've been waiting for.
Oh, it's exciting. There's no question about it. You cannot take away from the excitement that is the last 6 weeks of the Detroit Tigers, of coming from, 9 back, and now you're 1.5. It's unexplainable.
You know what it is? It's so tenuous. It's so tense right now. If Minnesota wins that game, and they did, and the Tigers lose that game, which, I mean, extra innings, you never know what's going to happen. We're not talking about 1.5. It's 2.5, but with the tiebreaker, really 3, or if you want to call it 3.5, and you're running out of time.
Yeah.
You win, it's 1.5, and Scooble's on the bump today, and it's so tense. And all these at-bats, like, I think we missed this. We forgot about this. Baseball is a long season, and it can be very boring at times. But those moments of pause that are boring early in the season become really tense when you're in a playoff race, when you're in the playoffs or even close to the playoffs.
And I think it's because they just methodically have chipped away over 3 to 4 weeks here. I was listening to Mike and Rico last week, and I'm sitting here trying to use logic, and he's like, well, they're going to have to win after they lost to Scooble start on Thursday. Well, they're going to have to win every series and then sweep the Sox. And I'm like, seriously, they're really going to win every series before the White Sox? And then they do it.
2 or 3 against Baltimore. They won the first 2 against the Royals.
They've made the math like way more probable.
Yes. And it just, I'm trying to get where you guys are. I just, at some point, you got to believe that the clock does strike midnight and you end up holding the pumpkin.
It's hard to imagine that in the same season, we have produced both and. When we have Jason Benetti on next hour, I wonder if he feels like he's called 2 or 3 seasons in one. 9:35, we'll talk to Jason Benetti. Let's get to Heather's news.
Okay, so this is pretty interesting. Tennessee fans will soon be helping pay the players. So in what is believed to be the first arrangement of its kind, Tennessee fans for all sports will be charged a 10% talent fee on tickets to help pay athletes. And it's all part of a new revenue sharing plan set to begin in 2025. So the university shared the news with football season ticket holders on Tuesday in this email. And the email included a 4-minute video from the athletic director, Danny White, telling fans that the talent fee and some other strategies were a part of an extensive plan to continue their dominance in college athletics and build something like never seen before. Here's a little bit more from Danny White talking about this new revenue sharing plan.
John? Doesn't sit well with you.
Doesn't sit well with me, no, because, I mean, is that going to be the only increase in ticket prices? Probably not. There's going to be a ticket increase and then the 10% on top of that for the athletic department. It will eventually turn, and a lot of people have already made the switch where you're buying a ticket and you feel like you have more say in how the team should perform. And in the pros, it's fine, right? You're buying a ticket and they're being paid, and they're being paid in college now as well.
Yeah.
But if you're paying this 10% fee, are you going to be more apt to be much more vocal if your team doesn't perform?
Oh, absolutely you will be. So he says it's transparency because on some level, yeah, I
can appreciate that.
You're paying the NFL players' salaries when you show up to the games, a percentage of it anyway. When you go to a Vols game, you're now going to be paying some of the salary. Mm-hmm. I think what irks people is these conferences are richer than they've ever been. The TV deals are richer than they've ever been. Why you doing a stick 'em up on the average Joe who just wants to go and watch his team? Now he has to foot the bill for the athletes because you can't.
Yeah. And you look at the extra money that's coming in from these TV contracts, like that's where it should be coming from.
Yeah.
A man who barricaded himself inside a Farmington Hills home on Sunday and shot at police has been charged with multiple felonies. So the situation unfolded when Farmington Hills police responded to a domestic violence assault. This was on Sunday. Officers arrived at the scene. A woman was able to run out of the house, told police that she was assaulted. The suspect opened fire on the police. Children were inside the home. They were able to escape. And then a short time later, the suspect opened fire again. Multiple homes and police cars were hit. This guy is now facing 13 felony charges. Yes. 3 counts of assault with intent to murder. I mean, that's the biggest one right there, and tons of others as well. This is a sweet story. A Michigan deputy is being commended for her selfless, courageous action that prevented what could have been a very tragic situation. So last week, out on Gratiot, this was in Mount Clemens, there was a car that was driving really erratically, right? It was like bumping into the curb and then heading back into traffic. The driver was going very slow, about 5 miles per hour, but you could tell something wasn't right with the driver. Very dazed. Police tried to pull this man over, but he wasn't stopping. What's crazy is the man was able to roll down his window and apply more pressure to the brake. And this deputy, was able to climb out of her window in the patrol vehicle into the truck bed of his truck, into the vehicle, stopped the car, and obviously was able to find out this guy was having a medical emergency, needed assistance. They got him to the hospital, and now she's being praised for her courageous action, right?
It's like out of a movie,
Yeah,
like
it
an action
is.
movie.
Incredible.
Yeah. It's Heather with the news. Sorry, we're all out
Oh,
of time.
gosh,
I'm
man,
sorry.
I've got so many more stories to tell you. I didn't get to the fun ones.
We have more.
I'll save them.
Okay, fun news in the 9
Yeah.
o'clock hour. We've got the Power Surge next, Sharon Moore at 9:02, and yes, Jason Benetti in the 9 o'clock hour as well. It's all coming up. It's 97.1.
You've heard me talk for a while about injury attorney David Feminino and his team. Just listen to some of the results that David has been able to get for injured clients. $3.5 million for one, $5 million for another, $11.5 million for a client. You need an attorney that is going to fight relentlessly for you as well. And an attorney that's got a great team like David does. And you can call and speak to David right now by calling 855-65-CRASH. Or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Meaningful because you just don't know. If you keep it a one-run game, they got the runner in scoring position. Big tack-on added run off the bat of Riley Green. Tigers win 3-1, stay 1.5 games out of a playoff spot. John, we just got done with the power surge. Some ticket texts that have come in. John is such a homer. Lions and the Chargers, parentheses Harbaugh, they don't deserve their rankings at this point.
Well, okay. You can argue whatever you want. Trust me, I'm not putting the Chargers in because of Harbaugh. Maybe there is a little bit of homerism with the Lions. I believe San Francisco, even though they lost to Minnesota, is still, in my opinion, a better team than the Lions right now. And even though they lost to Tampa Bay, I get it. Tampa's 2-0.
Tampa beat Detroit head-to-head. Tampa should be in there if Detroit's going to be in there.
Well, yeah, you do your own power surge.
Well, and that's what the ticket texter says. Quote, well, that's why it's my power surge. Suck it, nerds. That's John to Cookies, Marty in Brighton.
I'm actually...
you get your own power surge, and then you can do what you want with it.
I actually think the Chargers do belong. It has zero to do with Harbaugh's Michigan affiliation. It's that he's got this thing farther along already, I think, than people think. They're legit. They're playing Harbaugh football. They're running the football. He's resurrecting J.K. Dobbins. Can he stay healthy? Who knows?
Right.
But you'll find out the next 2 weeks. They go to Pittsburgh, and then they host the Chiefs.
I think they're a playoff team. And I don't know that the Saints are a playoff team, but if I was ranking the teams right now, the Saints have a Dallas win that is more significant than what the Chargers have done.
But I don't trust Dallas. This is more about what I trust and what I believe these teams to be than in week 2 than what I actually see on the records.
I'm going to let you guys in on a little something here. Tom can complain quite a bit off air, and you were complaining about the losing for the Lions given everybody else in the NFL.
Yeah, I was more mad. It set in yesterday. I think after the Eagles lost Monday night, and we talked about the Lions yesterday, and after the show, it just started setting in with me that they missed a golden opportunity to take early control of the NFC because the Eagles, Cowboys, and Niners all lost. And they didn't seize the moment. Like last year, they lost to Seattle at home after not, winning the big game on the road. I think they missed an early opportunity to take charge and maybe have a little house money in their back pocket in the NFC.
Driver's seat.
Yeah.
So does it bother you more that they lost seeing everything else in the NFL?
It just bothered me that they lost a game that they shouldn't have lost.
Because it bothers me less looking at what else happened in the NFL. I would have been more upset if Philly pulled it out and Detroit was a game behind, or if San Francisco won and the Lions were a game behind. The Lions are in the same spot they were before they kicked off on Sunday, dead even with those football teams. If Detroit's better than them, they're going to win this, not only this division, but the NFC, and they'll have home field throughout. I don't feel like, I'm disappointed they lost. You could say they missed an opportunity, but I feel better that everybody else also missed an opportunity too.
Well, to go consistent with our preseason thoughts on the team, all of us had Super Bowl expectations on this show. Mine and John's ceilings were slightly higher with the 14-3 pick. I'm not going to shy away from that yet, although they did make it harder to do, and I'll admit that. But the whole idea of them going 14-3 was to kind of take charge of the NFC and get home field. And to me, they made that a little bit more difficult on themselves simply because they shot themselves in the foot in so many different ways. And to see the Goff turnovers return, that's a little troublesome to me, So we'll sit here. Later in the year, we'll see if we look back on this and Jim's happy about the loss.
Nobody's happy about a loss.
No,
Thank you for that.
But your margins for error in the NFL are very small to begin with. There's some really good teams. It's hard to be consistently good week in, week out. So I can understand dropping one that you should have lost. You could win some that maybe you shouldn't win. You win in overtime against the Rams. Maybe now our record is actually what we are. And they're a 500 team that I think has great potential. But if you're talking about these small margins, when you get to the end of the year and you have the division locked up and you're competing with Tampa for the 3 seed, the 4 seed, or you're competing with Philly or San Francisco for the 1 seed, you're going to look back on this game and say, damn, if we only had that one.
Yeah, I think when we talked about preseason, some of the big contenders for the Lions, it's the Niners, it's the Eagles, it's teams who have won the NFC and gone to a Super Bowl. Well, the Niners are going to be without Debo for a stretch here, going to be without CMC for a stretch here. I think Purdy, without those safety valves, saw him get exposed last season without some of those guys. I view this as a Lions opportunity to pounce on San Francisco early in the season. right? I think the Eagles, boy, did they squander one. If Sirianni's consistent, I don't care which side of the coin you fall on. If you're going to go for it 4th and 4 early in the game, but you're not going to go for it 4th and 3 late in the game, I think that's what hurt him. If he kicks the field goal early and he kicks the field goal late, they win. If he goes for it early and he goes for it late, he gives himself a chance to win at the end of that football game. But they have some issues going on in Philadelphia. Like, that's the team I thought was the biggest threat, and they lost an NFC game just like the Lions did. So I still feel like the Lions are in pole position in the NFC. So I don't have this extra angst from the loss when I look at the rest of the NFL. Like, if the Eagles had won, I'd go, well, damn it, that hurts you twice. Not only did it hurt you because you lost the game, but now you're a game behind the Eagles. That's not the case today.
Well, we're assuming, though, that the Saints and Tampa are more like they'll come to earth. What if they don't? You want to go to New Orleans for the NFC championship game?
That's the difficulty of doing this weeks 2 and even next week, or week 3 and week 4.
If they do go to New Orleans for the NFC championship game, they'll play there 2 straight weeks. The Super Bowl's in New Orleans.
Kevin in Ann Arbor, quick word. You're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm not really too worried about it. I think that, yeah, we crapped our pants. A lot of other teams crapped their pants as well. We still were – I mean, I was at the game, and we were still putting ourselves in positions to still take the game, even though we kept crapping our pants all day, took a couple bad calls. But that last 2 minutes, you know, we got down there, crapped our pants, had 3 timeouts, got back down there, crapped our pants again. So
Kevin, what is with you and the pants?
That is a lot of crap.
Because I was there, man, and a lot of people in the stands were crapping their pants too.
Some full diapers, Kevin. I get the imagery.
Yes,
you're clearly not shaken up about it.
Yeah, that's what Campbell said. Put your diapers on.
You know what? You're right. He's told us that in the past.
So I think that I like the Lions team when we're kind of on the ropes. I think we perform well. I think we're shaping up to have another year like last year. We're going to have another good run. Remember, guys, I mean, these are a bunch of young guys. We're not full of veteran players, and I'm still a believer, man. I really love this team, and I think everybody should just relax a little bit. I think everything's going to pan out just fine.
Kevin, appreciate the phone call. Thanks for listening. We got to get to Sharon Moore. We'll get to Jason Benetti at 9:35. The Michigan coach is after the update next. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Tigers win, Twins win. Detroit's still a game and a half back of a wild card, but they continue to put up the W's. That's all they can do. It took 10 innings to get it done last night in KC, but they did it. Several Parker Meadows defensive gems and fire-extinguishing moments from the pitching staff kept it close, and 2 runs in the extras propelled them to that 3-1 victory to go 6 games over 500. During the game, the number 1 top 10 clip on SportsCenter was actually a moment captured on our Tigers broadcast right here on 97.1. Analyst Bobby Scales with the play of the game while on air next to Dan Dickerson. I saw people on social media asking for the Dickerson call, so there you go. Michigan football preparing for a transition at the most important position. Head coach Sharon Moore told Costa and Jansen that he revealed it on Monday to show his players the confidence that they have in Alex Orji to take over. Also in Allen Park, Lions players returned to the field ready to fix their issues from Week 2's loss at home and install their game plan for the Arizona Cardinals, which will be their first road trip of the season on Sunday. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Last year, we decided to go with a new roof. We knew we needed a new roof after we bought the house, put it off as long as possible because, yep, it is a big ticket item. So we called Rapid Roofing. Mike Beatty and his team came out, gave us a great estimate. And here's the best part. It wasn't high pressure. It wasn't one of those, if you sign on the dotted line today, we're going to give you this much off. No, they gave us an honest estimate, and they gave us an honest day's work. Showed up, ripped the roof off, made the repairs, put a new roof on, cleaned everything up, and we're gone. They could do most roofs in a single day, and they have the best manufacturer warranty in the business here in the state of Michigan. You can give them a call, 888-360-ROOF, or online at rapidroofing.com. That number again, 888-360-ROOF, or more information on the web at rapidroofing.com.
We'll be joined this morning by Jason Benetti coming up at 9:35. These games have become must-watch. Tigers win again last night, John. Scooble today.
Scooble start. We'll see.
They've lost the last 2 Scooble starts, as you
I know.
painfully reminded us yesterday.
Well, and I did earlier. I don't want to be the one to be the wet blanket, but
Then just no.
well,
Just wake up.
I want to
show
give
up.
I want to give our listeners all of the facts. Don't get caught up in the emotion. Let's make decisions on fact.
The fact is, the Tigers keep winning, and they're getting closer and closer to a playoff spot.
Mm-hmm.
The fact is, this bullpen, through smoke and mirrors, magic tricks, or voodoo, I don't fully understand, is one of the best in baseball. It's Bo Brisky, who's throwing about 100 miles an hour now, and he's striking out the side, the heart of the order last night in the 7th inning. It's Tyler Holton, and this isn't a 1 month or 2 month thing. It's an all-season thing. He's a super reliever. Can go 2 innings, 8 and 9 yesterday. It's even Shelby Miller, who I don't think people are really comfortable with, comes in bases loaded, 1 pitch, he's out of there. Very next inning, he loads the bases, gets out of there. It's miraculous. It's
inexplicable.
Yes, and I think that's why you are struggling, because you are a logical person, and I normally am too.
There's no fact-based evidence.
Everything in sports isn't fact-based sometimes.
Sometimes you can't explain
Every
it.
once in a
Trust me,
while,
I get
magic
it.
happens.
I get it. I've been a part of magic moments. I've also been on the other side where you can't explain why you lost a game to a team that you aren't better than, or you were better than, but they just had a little voodoo.
Brett Conway?
What are you?
Oh, God, I need to leave. He's going to kill me.
Yes.
Well, I just wanted to point out
this.
what you were talking about. I wanted to present the facts, the truth. I'm sorry, John. Brett Conway's the guy that missed a kick to win the NFC divisional game that John played in.
Yeah.
And then he would have taken on the greatest show on turf.
Is that why you don't like kickers? Is that what it always comes back to?
It's a long history. It's a long history.
Okay.
We don't have enough time.
That's
nor
fair.
do people care enough.
Fine. Let's talk Tigers.
Okay.
How about the balk yesterday in extra innings? Like these things just inexplicably happen right now.
The balk, and then you knock them in with a broken back single.
A baby bloop, I think, is what Dickerson called it. Just a little bloop.
It is inexplicable that you are a team that sold at the dead. Like, I go back to the facts. Like, there was a nice little run that we enjoyed at the beginning of the season. A nice little run that we enjoyed before the All-Star break. Same thing after the All-Star break. But everything else was you couldn't find an offense, and it was young bats, no consistency. We go through Spencer Torkelson, Parker Meadows, sent back down, brought back up, Colt Keith, the unevenness of a rookie season. And then you sell, you have no pitching staff, you're going with group effort days, and you bring up Jace Young and Sweeney just to see what happens.
And then they win that game in Williamsport. And then they continue to win. And then Javi disappears. And it's one less problem in the lineup. And you keep winning and you keep winning. And now you're 1.5 back with 10 to go. You mentioned Colt Keith. Quick update on him. People might not have realized this. He did leave the game last night. Took himself out of the game with a right shoulder injury. So the throwing shoulder, right? And apparently he's had shoulder issues in 3 consecutive seasons. He didn't want to hurt the team. He took himself out. He didn't want to miss a throw in a close game. They're going to keep an eye on it. I don't know that he'll be in the lineup today.
Right. I would be surprised if he was in the lineup today. But
how big a loss?
Well, I mean, there's a void at second base, and there's production at the plate. So you've got to find guys, and it's probably not going to be filled with one. You'll probably see somebody in there, and then, it's going to be a matchup, lefty-lefty, righty-righty, that sort of thing for AJ.
It's easy if they face a lefty. It's just Andy Ibanez is in the game, and he can play second base if you need him to. You don't want Andy Ibanez against a righty. So then you start looking around. It's more at-bats for Zach McKinstry. I mean, it's while Colt Keith statistically is not having like an all-star caliber year, he's settled in, and he's been a quality bat for them. So another thing they'll have to overcome, but I fully expect them to just pull the rabbit out of their, and find a way to win again.
All right, so tomorrow. The Tigers are off. Tonight's a Scooble start.
Yes.
And we know the Twins are in Cleveland. Are they a half game back watching all day tomorrow to see if the Twins lose, and then we wake up Friday morning?
Even.
Well, Okay, it's still a game out
I
because
know
we
they have
lose
a
the tiebreaker.
but
With 9 games remaining, even in that last playoff spot, that is the possibility. That's the excitement of this moment. So people watch the night because it's a schoolable start. If you get a win and you pair that with a Twins loss, you could wake up tomorrow a half game back knowing that you can't lose anything tomorrow, and the Twins could put you in playoff position.
Tonight, by the way, is basically a pick'em according to the books. Guardians and Twins toss-up game. Win the Scooble game. Keep winning. Let's get to Heather with the news.
So the Lions are going to be hosting a watch party for their road game against the Cowboys on October 13th. So if you'd like to go, you can actually get tickets today. So it's going to take place at Ford Field. Tickets did go on sale to club members, Lions loyal members on Tuesday, but general public can get their tickets today, $25. And you have the opportunity to purchase up to 6 tickets while supplies last. And of course, they're also going to have performances or appearances by the Detroit Lions drumline, the cheerleaders, Rory. So could be a grand old time.
There you go.
Yeah. Why not? A Southfield man is facing 8 felony charges for allegedly defrauding a sports betting app.
Oh,
this
boy.
is wild. The 38-year-old man allegedly made more than $2 million in fictitious deposits into his Caesars Sportsbook account. This was in April of 2023, and he placed 10,000 bets within 16 days, wagering more than $88 million. He then allegedly transferred more than $521,000 into his personal account before ending all activity on the platform. He was just arrested on September 4th, and he was released on a $500,000 personal bond, but like I said, facing 8 felony charges.
At a 9th one, stupidity. How did he think he was going to get away with that? Like, there's no way they were going to be able to find out that you would put false funds into your bank? That there's no way to find him? Come
why
on.
most criminals are stupid, because most of them do get caught, but they have to think. You do wonder what was going on. Like, this is incredible. No one's going to catch me when I make this
Like when you withdraw,
wild bets.
You withdraw money into your bank account.
Yes.
You don't think the Caesars has a record of that? They're going to find you.
They are going to find you. And they did. So lots of people were expected to voice their opinions and their concerns about a new Meijer location that would be replacing a locally owned grocery store in Rochester Hills. There was a public hearing. It was held last night, and one of the biggest topics of debate was replacing Hollywood Markets, which is located on the corner of Tinkin and Rochester Road, with this new Meijer location. Now, Hollywood Markets has been around for a long time, 1950, but this particular location, it opened in 2007, and the store executive says that the landlord will not be renewing their lease when it ends in January of next year. And they did go on to say, it is rare to have, that's the anchor store in this. Was my hometown location. I went to this location when it was a Farmer Jack, an A&P, and then Hollywood Markets. Like, I know it very, very well. They say it's rare for an anchor store that pays its rent, right, to then get the boot like this. And residents and businesses say that this family-owned grocery store is being pushed out of its location. And it does want to stay there. They say if they are pushed out, they would like to find a new location within the area. But a lot of loyal customers are sad to see it go. You don't want to see these locally owned stores get pushed out for another Meijer location. I feel like they're popping up everywhere. There's a new Meijer going up right by my house now in Clarkston, which
there's a new
I've got
Meijer
issues
going up
with as well. But
right near our house.
Yeah. So
I worked at a Meijer. I have no issue with Meijer, but we want to keep these local. Competition is good.
Yeah. Yep. Jason Kelce accidentally injured an Eagles super fan. I don't know if you saw this video when he chest bumped him at this parking lot party on Monday night. So it all went down prior to the Eagles Monday Night Football game against the Falcons. And Kelce was there to pump up the crowd, and he did. He was on the mic, he was dancing, he was getting them all fired up. And then he invited this super fan, Ron Dunphy, to come up and get fans excited. And he had this guy get down in a 3-point stance and then run up to him and do a huge chest bump in the air. And the guy did that, but kind of went, backwards a little bit, hard. And he said that he messed up his whole knee. But in the end, he did say it was worth it. So.
Wait, who got hurt? Kelce or the fan?
No, the fan.
Oh, okay.
No, not Kelce. Kelce was
that would have
fine.
big news.
Right.
Big news.
Kelce injured fan.
Okay.
But didn't even know what happened. Like, had no clue. He went on cheering and yelling
Yeah, of
and
course.
didn't know the fan was hurt. But at least the fan did say it was all worth it in the end. Tennessee is preparing to add a 10% talent fee to ticket prices to raise money to pay players. It's all part of this new revenue sharing plan that's expected to take place in 2025. So the Tennessee athletic director, Danny White, explained how the school will implement this plan, and it's going to go into effect on all season and single game tickets on all sporting events. And it should go into effect in 2025.
So I think people have an issue with the honesty of it. I mean, it's not
Right.
when you go to a Lions game, part of the Lions ticket is used to pay player salary. I think the frustration is there's more money than ever in college sports.
Yeah, they're getting an influx of cash with the new TV deals. That's where I think they should find a way to tap into first.
Rather than shake down fans.
Yeah.
It's Heather with the news. Jason Benetti's next, calling this Tigers team this season. Get his thoughts on the stretch run. It's 97.1. It's something. They keep winning. The Tigers, a game and a half back of a playoff spot. Jason Benetti, Bally Sports Detroit, joins us this morning. Jason, good morning.
Gentlemen, how are you?
Good. I mean, this has been exciting. Is there any way to explain what has gone on over the past 6 weeks? How are we here at this point, just a game and a half back?
Yeah, I mean, I think the answer is like, you know those flip books that they have of presidents to show like how much they've aged in office, right? So like you're like, wow, he had dark hair gray. He got gray at some point. Like, oh man, that happens. I think that's the way the development has worked with the Tigers. I think like you look at Montero, for example, right? His first couple starts, he's spraying the ball. They add the sinker, the curveball gets better, and then suddenly, after a bunch of months of development, you see this critical mass where you're like, man, he's really good. Parker Meadows at this point, like, I don't know who believes in clutch and who doesn't, but like every time you need a big hit or a big catch, there's Parker Meadows. And you take that with an entire roster or the abundance of the roster, and then suddenly you're like, man, all those guys who had those flaws before, like, seems like they kind of magically got ironed out. I think the world of what the Tigers have done developmentally, and especially, you know, the major league staff, but also the minor league staff, like, you end up with a bunch of guys who have made strides kind of in the shadows, and then you see them happening in big moments. And I think it's kind of the reason we watch baseball.
Another factor here is this bullpen, and we don't mean any disrespect by it, but we've called it a hodgepodge, duct tape and glue. These aren't guys with proven major league track records, and if it's AJ, if it's Fetter, if it's the players themselves deserving some credit, how do you explain the bullpen? Like twice even yesterday, bases loaded, they come in, they get out of a jam, 5+ scoreless innings from the bullpen. Like, do you marvel? It's like next guy comes in, and it doesn't matter who it is, they find a way to get out of the jam.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's in part the bullpen structure that you have guys that do those things, and then there's some fortune along with it. But like Shelby Miller at this point is on the roster to get a ground ball from a left-handed bat. We talked about it when he came in. Like he's this odd, like sort of weird weapon where he's a righty who gets lefties out dramatically. And so Michael Massey's standing there, and then suddenly Shelby Miller walks in and he gets what he wants. That's not going to always happen. And I do think like the BABIP gods have gotten some sort of sacrifice from the Tigers that nobody knows about. But I also think it's in part because there are so many varied weapons. Like Jason Foley has that bowling ball sinker people talk about. And then Shelby Miller has a splitter that works well against lefties. And Tyler Holton can get both sides out. And you have this array of guys who, you name a player on the opposing team that isn't a megastar, there's probably somebody in the bullpen that can, number one, get that player out, but then number two, hold his own against the rest of the next two batters that he's got to face. So I do think it's a managerial success, but I also think it's that the Tigers have weapons that are so varied. It's this wide spectrum of options in the bullpen that makes you feel comfortable in any situation. Like a guy that walks up there that has trouble with velocity, like there's Bo Brisky. A guy that walks up there who has trouble with off-speed stuff or, east, west, north, south from a left-hander, there's Tyler Holton. Like there's something for everybody there.
What's been the biggest surprise of this resurgence for the Tigers? Has it been the staff? Has it been Parker Meadows, Spencer Torkelson? I mean, insert whatever you want, but what's been the biggest surprise over the second half of this season?
Biggest surprise, I think to everybody, even people like I watched Tampa Bay do it with the opener, right? Even to people who believe in it and who believe in kind of breaking baseball norms for the good of logic. Like I was talking to Ben Lindbergh on the Effectively Wild podcast about this yesterday, but like the opener is something that has worked for Tampa Bay. But until you see it work in front of your eyes, you're like, that's a little bit like a gimmick. Like, is that the McRib? Like, I don't know what it is, right? But then suddenly you watch it happen and you see guys have success starting in the second inning, and it works. And I don't know that it's a surprise to me that it works on a one-off scenario, but I do think it's a surprise to everybody when it works in a large-scale way. But it also just makes a lot of sense. Like in an NBA way, you want that guy that's coming off the bench who you know is better than everybody else's second line. You want them going against their second line so he can cook, right? He comes in the game, he hits a couple buckets, other coach calls timeout, and you're like, man, that guy should start. Well, you'd rather have him be, man, that guy should start, than him blend in with the starters. And I just think the way that has worked out for the Tigers gives the Tigers some flexibility and opportunity in the future if they need to do something like that. But it also makes sense. Like, do we board planes properly in this country? Probably not. You know, like first class gets on and then clogs up everything. We should start with row 72, but we don't because that's the norm, right? But like, there have been a ton of studies that says we do it wrong. And so, like, if the opener gets you outs with a guy you choose against the top of the order, and then you go to the second guy, just think about being on a plane and standing there when all you want to do is get to row 11. It's nonsense.
I feel like I should ask, what's the best way to merge? We got a lot of analogies. Should we use a zipper method or
zipper.
Yeah,
zipper. It's all right.
I agree. But I do want to.
Use the lanes while they're open. Use the lanes while they're open.
Thank you. We're solving the world's problems, but nobody makes a McRib reference unless they love the McRib. Are you first in line whenever McDonald's brings it back?
Yo, when I was a kid, I liked everything that was a limited time. Okay, like I would have something on a menu, and then 2 weeks later it would disappear. That is an insight that I've had to deal with for a long time. But I like the foods that are off the beaten path. Yes.
Jason Benetti, Bally Sports Detroit, the Have a Seat podcast with Dan Dickerson as well. Jason, what would you say to someone who's still on the fence going, this doesn't feel sustainable? Maybe they're your morning co-host on this station. What would you say to someone who's not all the way in that this team is making the playoffs? Because it sure feels like it to half of this show.
So, okay. So to that other person, whoever it might be, I would ask in like a completely unsnarky way, how do you feel about fun? Like, what do you think about fun? And what do you want out of the word fun?
I like fun.
You don't have to answer. This is not necessarily about you.
No. Let's go ahead and unveil this. I like fun. I'm also bound by logic, and everything that the Tigers are doing and how they're doing it defies logic.
That's what makes it fun. That you can't explain it. That it is just live in the moment and say, why not? Of course it's going to be a blooper by Parker Meadows after a balk that you just happened to get in extra innings. It doesn't have to make sense.
How should I suspend reality?
That's your own choice, man. Like, we all get to. Here's the thing I love about baseball, though. We all get to make our own choices, right? Like, I don't have to watch the game like you watch the game. I don't.
Yeah.
You don't. Like, you can be totally logical and be right in the end, but like, is that fulfilling? I don't know. It might be. I'm a super logical person too, John. Like, I really am. Like, I look at this and I see the 20% chance of making the playoffs, and I'm like, yeah, probably not. That's still where I am, logically. But then I sit down to watch these games, and everything goes the Tigers' way. And you think, wow, that can't be sustainable. But we said it last night with Casey Mize's start, and I think it's important. Sustainability doesn't matter right now. There are 10 games left. You're in the window, and the Twins have opened the door to be in this window. where wonky stuff can happen for a week and a half and nobody has to make it sustainable. You can go on a burner of 6 straight blackjacks right now.
Yep.
That's what you can do. Like, but if the Twins did not open the door to that, you could say, yeah, like 8 straight 21s is not going to happen. But right now, if you go on a burner at the Felt, you're going to make something happen almost regardless of whatever else happens. Like, it doesn't have to be sustainable in a one-day span. And so all the stuff we talk about in May, I actually think, and this is why there was this whole push and pull with Moneyball back in the day, it's like the first argument was, yeah, it got Oakland to the playoffs, but can it do it in a playoff series, right? And the reason is a shrunken sample size. So now the Twins have left this happen where, like, you can just be crazy for a week and a half. And the Tigers have already done it for longer than that. So it's not logical, but baseball's logic, when shrunken to 10 days, kind of dissipates and fizzles.
Jason, this has been great. I just have one more question for you, because as we watch all of this, we see the foundation. We see a young roster starting to solidify. Do you feel like, and maybe this is a $100 million question, we've seen the core establish themselves enough to where we should see a reinvestment around them next year so that we're not relying on, what did you say, 8 straight blackjacks? Yeah. How do you feel that this has positioned at the Felt? How do you feel like this has positioned them?
Yeah, so like I just don't know where you put free agents offensively. You know what I mean? Like I know there are probably a couple spots you guys are thinking of, but I just think with all the young talent that's here, if you believe even that this isn't sustainable, winning 24 out of 34, and is it for anybody? But I do think like there's a lot of value in understanding that these young guys, the plan is for them to only get better, and that the Tigers developmentally and like investment wise, like there's a reason they put the money into the new clubhouse, and it's so guys can get better. Like that's the whole deal here. So I just don't know where you fit in a bunch of free agents, but that's not to say like I'm not a guy who's going to be like, yeah, don't get a better player. Of course, like whatever you can do to make your team better, great. But I do think like this is a very instructive moment of just giving a little leeway to the idea that young players are, number one, fun to watch, and number two, they are developmentally sound with the Tigers to try to make people better. I mean, look, like, do you guys believe Andy Dirks has done less than 10 TV games all time?
You wouldn't believe it when you listen to him.
Like, you run into stuff sometimes. And I think if the whole structure is in place to make people better, that's the point of this. Like, you want to know as a player and as a team that you can, when you tell a player that we're going to make you better, that it's actually going to happen. Because little known fact, that doesn't happen everywhere around the big leagues. Like, there are places where people go and they're like, I didn't get better here. And I just don't think the Tigers are that. I think they're the opposite. And people might accuse me of like drinking the Kool-Aid, but it's happening in front of our eyes.
He's Jason Benetti, Bally Sports Detroit. Jason, we appreciate your time this morning.
Thanks, gents.
It's 97.1.
Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in Michigan for over 25 years. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. With that focus on quality, they set out to create a beer that lets you have it all, and here is what you get. All Day IPA is a refreshing and deliciously flavorful beer, easy drinking and high quality. All Day IPA is an IPA that is naturally brewed with an array of malts, grains, and hops, creating a delicious citrusy taste and a clean finish. It's the perfect beer for anyone looking to make the ordinary extraordinary and the good times great. Speaking of great times, All Day IPA is the perfect beer for anyone on game days, whether it's tailgate or in the stadium. Visit foundersbrewing.com to find All Day IPA. All Day IPA, it's all in the taste. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
Benetti's great. Loved having him on. We have some audio to play for Doug and Gator when they come in for crosstalk here. You knew I had to ask about spending.
Oh, yeah. And
I'm a little disappointed in where would we put the bats. Willie Adames would be an upgrade at shortstop. Christian Walker would be an upgrade at first base. Juan Soto, keep in mind you're $75 million below league average. Juan Soto would be a hell of an upgrade to at least pursue this offseason. Where would we put the bats? I think you could find 2 or 3 if you wanted to be aggressive this offseason so that you're not in a do-or-die spot at the end of the season.
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong, but is there a point where you have too many bats?
That's not a thing.
I didn't think so. So get more bats, figure it out, and let AJ work his magic with actual really good bats.
I agree with you. We have some audio to play, Gator, if you can put your headphones on. I think your reaction is the one we're more interested in. But, Doug, no offense. We want to hear what you think of this, too.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you're right about that. You can leave.
So maybe it's not a movie reference, right?
I'm not offended.
We played this audio.
Denzel Washington.
We played this audio earlier. It was like 7 in the morning. And we got a guy who said, I've listened to the station for years. I've never called in. This made me so mad.
He was shaking.
Shaking.
Okay.
This is audio from Bill Belichick.
It's even worse hearing it. I read it this morning, and my thought was, I'm sorry, what was that? I love Bill Belichick. I think Bill Belichick's awesome. I watched the Manning cast specifically to see Bill Belichick because I think his insights is fantastic. That comment, trying to give credit to Matt Patricia because somehow he had something to do with this. I mean, I get it that while Bob Quinn was here, before Patricia was here, Bob Quinn got the ball rolling. They drafted Taylor Decker in Glasgow. And then when Matt Patricia finally came on board, they drafted Frank Ragnow. But why am I giving credit to Matt Patricia because the GM made a selection of a draft pick? And
he did nothing with it.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to give a whole lot of credit to Bob Quinn.
This is a classic example.
I'll say thank you for the pick because Frank Ragnow is awesome. Thank you for Decker and Glasgow because they've been very good for the Lions. That's great.
With this coaching staff.
Yeah. But you guys sucked. I mean, you sucked beyond belief. Matt Patricia was the worst.
It's a classic example of pumping your own guys' tires. And Gator, you should understand this more than anything. What did your high school football coach used to say if somebody said that Grava was pretty slow?
No, Brad Grava's pretty fast.
Right? No matter what anybody said about a teammate, if your coach said
unconditional loyalty.
Yes. And if somebody said so and so can't throw.
No, he can throw quite well.
Yeah, right? That's what your coach always. So that's what.
But then why am I going to listen to his analysis? He knows what he's talking about. But if this is what he's going to do, then I can't. You lose credibility when you do this.
Thank you. He did. He did it with me. I was pissed. I guess. I mean, I still look when a guy's going to watch a game and he's going to call a play and say, okay, well, look, the safety's coming up here. This is going to be okay. I'm going to listen to that all day long because he knows better than anybody else. But if you're going to talk about how the Lions were built and try to, as Doug said, pump the tires, which I like that phrase.
Yeah.
If you're going to pump his tires, then I'm not here for it. Then you can just walk out the door, or you can just.
We had somebody call with the wingman explanation. They thought that Matt Patricia to Bill Belichick has to be the ultimate wingman.
Oh, I think he knows where bodies are buried and everything. Yeah.
No, that wasn't it. It was in the
he helped him
assistants.
get his girl, is what he was saying. Which we have no way of corroborating, but
no, but that was the
rationalization. It would explain a lot.
Matt
it would explain a lot why he's pumping his tires.
Exactly.
Sounds like somebody else.
Please finish the sentence.
Yeah, that's a plane you don't want to land, Gator.
What's the game plan for you boys today?
Jared Goff at noon.
Perfect. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
I think I'm going to bring it up. Somebody has left a comb. There's a comb in our studio that's been sitting here for over a week.
Mm-hmm.
It is an old school, like Violatel commercial comb. It's like the oldest thing I can think of.
That is old.
But is that like not the pre-us being? Remember when we were young? Seriously, how many people walked around with a comb in their back pocket when you were young?
I mean, I think there. I know there were
a non-zero percentage of people walked around with combs.
Yeah, I mean, back when you used to go to the roller skate rink.
Yep.
With the actual roller skates, not the inline skates.
So somebody
you would have them, and it would say like no tailgating on it or something like that.
I could see this at a television station where there's things like hair and makeup. This is radio.
Right next to a bottle of Vitalis.
Yeah, and I don't want to bring up. I don't want to touch it. Would you want to touch a random comb?
I don't need to touch a random comb.
So there's two things about it. One is touching a random comb that's been sitting in our studio for over a week something you would do? And my answer is no, and your answer is no. Kang, do you want to come pick up this random comb?
No, I don't want lice, Doug.
Okay. And the second obvious question is, whose is it? Who is carrying around a comb and leaving it in our studio?
Well, we can try to deduce this. It's on your side of the console.
Yes.
So
there's
so how many hosts are on that side? So it would say, I mean, not me, not Costa. Jansen's already said it's not him. Okay, so we're limiting the morning show and the midday show. So now you get to the afternoon show. It wouldn't be Rico.
Could it be Mike's comb?
Mike Valeni. It's possible.
It's possible. So he's on the list. Then there's guys that like Rieger, who will sit in this chair.
I don't know if Rieger uses a comb.
I think his comb days are over.
I think they probably are done.
I don't think he's even trying to comb over.
No.
So.
Although he might. He could try the comb over. But anyway.
Does Wojo sit there or does Wojo sit here?
So I thought about Wojo and Caputo. These are two people that, in my view, do not care about their physical appearance. So I don't think it's their comb.
Oh, I disagree. I think Bob cares in terms of making sure his hair is right. And I think Pat does too. If you could look at the comb without picking it up, because God knows you don't want to pick it up, does it look like there's some gray hair in there?
It's got like dust on it. I'm going to have to pick it up and show the cameras. I mean, for people watching on Twitch and YouTube.
It's just a normal black comb. So here's the other thing. I haven't used a comb since I was like 9. I've used brushes. I always use a brush for my hair. I brush my hair. I don't comb my hair. Is a comb an older guy thing? Do younger?
It's not, I don't think anybody young.
Like, can we use a comb
my
or a
kids
brush?
don't have combs.
I use my hand.
I was going to say, you've got like that perfect hair that just kind of flops where it needs to flop. I mean, maybe you throw product in there, but
there is this weird comb that's like got way more gap in between. Like it's bigger teeth. I don't know what you call it on the comb that you can use to style your hair a little bit. I'll use that sometimes.
Okay, but not a comb like this.
No.
So
those of you watching on YouTube and Twitch, go to twitch.tv, search it up, go to youtube.com. I'm holding this black comb in my hand.
I think I have the answer.
I might too.
Want to say on the count of 3?
Sure. 3, 2, 1.
Mark Ryan. Poor Mark Ryan. He takes shots. He takes strays every day for people. And he doesn't really deserve it. But you're the new guy. We've never seen a comb in studio
never seen a comb.
before.
New guy shows up. Suddenly there's a comb in here.
It's got to be Mark Ryan. It's not Chappie.
Oh, it's not Chappie.
It's not the fix man on the weekend.
No, it's not the fix man.
Is it like the real estate mortgage people?
I don't know. I mean, it could be. It's not.
Have you ever tried to sell a house? Would you buy a house from a guy that doesn't use a comb?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I guess. I mean, gotta do. Somehow, I think people use brushes more than combs. But
anyway, I got sick of looking at this comb, and this comb is we're getting rid of the comb.
I'm going with Mark Ryan.
All right. I think it's probably a good guess.
Anybody? I mean, other than like the Saturday specialty shows of the real estate stuff. I mean, the sports on air hosts. I can't see anybody else.
What about ideas like Dickerson or Cal when they're in here doing inside hockey
Cal
town?
would not. Cal, no.
No.
I mean, his head shines like a little baby, so it's not going to be Cal.
Let's go to Kevin in Detroit. You're on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Kevin.
Hi, Stoney filled in last week for Jansen one day.
Could it be Stoney's comb?
Stoney would be, strikes me as a guy that would use a comb because he's older than us.
Yeah.
But I would expect there to be
by
a
us,
lot.
you mean everyone in the audience.
I was being nice. I just think there would be a lot more hair in that comb.
You might be right.
Than what we're seeing right now.
Could be.
It could be Stoney, but if I had to put three, I think it could be Caputo. Pat strikes me as a guy that uses a comb, not a brush.
Stingray 1222. Has Dan Miller been in studio at all?
Oh, Dapper Dan.
It'd be Dan Miller. Dan Miller. Dan, you left your comb.
That's a solid call.
Yeah.
TV's Dan Miller.
You know what?
The Lion Show, they do.
Yeah.
They do it from here?
Yeah.
I'm going to maybe
You're going to text him?
Yeah. We need an answer.
Should I save him this comb, or do you think he can afford another one?
I think he can afford another one.
Should we? No one special here now says, will Powers pay for a DNA test? Do you think we can get this thing DNA tested, find out who left their comb?
We should.
How much is a DNA test?
I'm not sure, but I would think that maybe local law enforcement would be more than happy to do it gratis.
Well, comb's getting ejected. That's it. No more comb. Sorry, Dan.
Or Mark or Pat or whoever.
That's not funny, Stingray. That's not funny. I'm not laughing. Guy on Twitch said, watch it be Depker's comb.
Could be.
I'm sure Depker has a beautiful head of hair.
Well, Depker wouldn't. He would never leave that behind.
No, that's true.
Here's why I think the Dan Miller call is pretty solid.
Dan Miller's comb?
I think it's a solid guess. And because Dan's a TV guy.
Yeah, thank you.
Gotta be concerned about the appearance all the time, right?
Yeah, that's why it makes all the sense in the world.
All right, well, I just sent him a text.
All right, cool. Any chance you left your comb in our studio?
Sure, he's gonna be like, don't you guys have anything better to talk about?
We
than
do,
the
and that's the
left?
problem. That's why we got to move on. Tigers. How about them Tigers?
What happened?
Let
Anybody
me
watch?
tell you something. Last night,
listen,
I was watching the Tigers having the who's going to be the hero tonight thought.
Mm-hmm.
And when Parker Meadows came up with that big at bat in the extra innings, I'm like, yeah, he's going to get a hit. And thank you for the balk. There was an important balk.
Oh, was that important?
I mean, how often do you see a balk actually be one of the bigger plays in a game? And it was a big play in that game. Tigers, extra innings, 1-1. And I can't remember who was leading off.
I think it was Sweeney.
Sweeney grounds out to short.
Or no, I'm sorry. Sweeney was a runner on second.
Sweeney was a runner on second. He didn't get over. Whoever it was, grounds out to short.
Is it Dingler maybe?
And they don't move the runner over. And you're like, damn it, you cannot go scoreless in the top of the 10th. You cannot go scoreless.
Would you have a microphone in my house?
Yeah. And
expletive.
and maybe it wouldn't have mattered when it was all said and done, but Parker Meadows comes up and is immediately, or the Urseg guy, balks Sweeney over to third. And I'm like, thank you. Thank you. What are the odds of there being a balk right there? And I love baseball guy, and Dirks is a baseball. When they showed the replay and Andy Dirks said, oh yeah, that's a balk. And I'm like, yeah. Is it? Balks are so hard to know because I know a few balks when I see them. Doesn't come to a set.
Right.
Starts a windup, doesn't throw, like the obvious ones.
But they're so subtle.
But there's like, oh yeah, there it is.
The whole dugout's like, balk!
Start screaming balk.
Sounds like we were in a
do?
chicken coop.
He twitched his ear. Oh, clearly a balk.
Yeah, well, you can't do that. Ears have to come to a complete stop. He flared his nostrils. You can't do that. Come on. He farted.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
Well, when your foot's on the rubber.
Well, then you can't.
You can't fart, but you can fart with your foot off the rubber.
Yeah, you can take your foot off and let fly.
Anyway, huge balk. Tigers go on to win 3-1, thanks in part to the balk. The game-winning balk. It wasn't a game-winning balk, but it wasn't a walk-off balk, but it was a critical. You know what it was? It was a productive balk. It moved the runner over, which I guess all balks do.
Very productive.
But That's a productive balk.
Now, perhaps he would have scored anyway because it was a bloop, and if you were at second base, you might be able to see that, that's definitely going to drop.
I don't know that he would have on that, but as it turned out, they got a couple of hits.
I don't really care how it happened.
I don't either. And just, you know what I love? I love that the Tigers have turned into a get the game to the bullpen type of team. And sometimes the bullpen takes over in the first inning. Like it's literally get it to the bullpen. Bo Brisky's going to wipe you out. You cannot touch Tyler Holton, and Foley's a reliable closer. Just get it to the bullpen. It doesn't matter. Get it to the bullpen. Shelby Miller, get it to the bullpen. And that hasn't always been the case this year. But my God, A.J. Hinch and Chris Fetter, you guys are unbelievable.
Well, it was interesting listening to Jason Benetti talking this morning with the guys in the morning show, and Benetti, who's the play-by-play for the TV broadcast for the Tigers, and he was speaking specifically about Shelby Miller. He's like, this is a guy who's got like one tremendous skill right now. He comes in the game and faces right-handers or whatever, left-handers or right-handers, and gets them to ground out. That's what he does.
Yep.
And it's very specific. And it works almost all the time. And it worked last night. Come in, ground ball, double play, end the inning. Like, here we go. Amazing.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We're going to open with some Tiger talk. Of course, there's Lion stuff to mix in. And Jared Goff comes your way at noon. We'll find out who left the comb. We suspect it was Dan Miller. 97.1 the ticket. NFL Week 3 is here. You can start the week off big. Big return, FanDuel, this Thursday night. America's #1 sportsbook. Now, if you're new to FanDuel, here's a deal for you. You can get started with $200 in bonus bets, guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. So go log on, go to FanDuel.com/Doug, sign up for an account. You place that first $5 bet, you get $200 in bonus bets. Here's the other thing. On Thursday nights, there's the same game parlays. Sometimes, and that's been the case lately, they've been no sweat bets. What's a no sweat bet? That means when you click on that button at the top of the page and opt in for the no sweat bet, you can bet up to $10 on a parlay, and if it doesn't win, you get $10 in bonus bets. It's like having a safety net. Additionally, sometimes I have profit boosts. 50% profit boost, 100% profit boost. When I see those, I'll bet a heavy favorite on the money line. It feels like you're getting good value. Again, FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel's the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Look, it's been an amazing run, and there's all kinds of stuff to talk about with them. We'll get to it in a moment, but we do have some responses to the accusations of who left a comb in our studio for the last week. We've kind of narrowed it down, and we think we speculated that might have been TV's Dan Miller. Might have been in here doing a Lions show. It would make some sense. There's a non-zero chance that it's Valenti's. We did the 3-2-1. We both said Mark Ryan. All possibilities. You put a greater emphasis. You think it might be Wojo or Caputo's. I don't think it's either of them, but we did get some response.
Oh, yeah. So Stoney responded, and Stoney said, "You should have seen what I used before the invention of the comb."
That's funny.
That is funny. Yep. And then Dan Miller replied, "LOL, blank no. I pointed it out to Wojo and said, WTF, I haven't seen a comb like that since 6th grade when I think a kid had it on a switchblade."
Those are the best kinds.
There you go.
I love it. I replied with greatest response ever.
Oh, there you go. So it's not.
Love Dan Miller.
It's not Miller. Oh, he's great.
It's not Miller.
It's not Miller.
So Miller wouldn't leave his comb around.
No, Miller's more responsible. Irresponsible comb ownership is a problem in America in 2024.
Might leave his Brill cream lying around, but not his comb. So now we're still thinking Mark Ryan.
Yeah. Okay, so a Tiger game last night.
So mean.
Yep. I'll start with this. Credit Casey Mize. It's not like he was perfect. He gave up base runners in every single inning. Maybe he had 1-1-2-3. Did he have 1-1-2-3 inning? I don't think he did. He gave up a base runner that got wiped out by a double play. But if you told me leave the game after giving up one run, I'd take it.
Right, and yet doesn't make it out of the 5th inning. And this is what's amazing when you're watching. This is he didn't have his great stuff, although he was throwing the ball pretty hard. That was nice to see. But in 4 1/3 innings, he gave up 6 hits and 4 walks.
Do you know how tough it is in 4 1/3 to give up one run with 6 hits and 4 walks?
I mean, for a team to have 6 walks in a game and only get 1 run out of that, that's incredible. And Bobby Witt Jr. walked 3 times, and he's the one that scored. Last night was just a masterclass on how this is working.
Yeah,
and you really can't explain
that's a good way to put it. How this
is working.
Yep.
And I want to make sure I got this right from what Benetti said this morning with the morning show about Shelby Miller. Shelby Miller is right-handed. So typically bring in right-handers to face right-handers, right? But sometimes, occasionally, you'll get players that have weird splits, the reverse splits, that they're better against lefties than they are against righties, even though they're right-handed. Shelby Miller is that guy. Shelby Miller against right-handed batters. Keep in mind he's a right-handed pitcher. 105 at-bats. The righties are hitting 276 against him with an 855 OPS. Quite robust. However, when you throw him in against the lefty, 98 at-bats, pretty even with the 105 from the righties. Lefties are hitting 122 with a 417 OPS against Shelby Miller. It's literally cut in half. Better than that of what lefties do versus what righties do. And that's why he's there in that situation.
It's amazing because you really it falls in line with a lot of nonsensical stuff that is working out. When the organization said we're playing for the future, the guys that are supposed to be the future started winning in the now. And that is an amazing set of circumstance. Let's get to your phone calls. Gary, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Gary.
Hey guys, how you doing?
We're great, Gary.
Hey, I was looking at the standings this morning on the internet and stuff. Now, if the Tigers beat Kansas City today, okay, they're pretty much even with Kansas City and Minnesota. Do we have the tiebreaker over Kansas City?
No.
We don't have the tie, even if we sweep them.
No, they've done better this season against the Tigers.
I think they've got 7 wins. I think the record. I think Kansas City's 7-5 against Detroit. If Detroit wins today, they will. I mean, again, Minnesota. It depends what Minnesota does, but they would be then 2 games behind Kansas City.
Is it different if all 3 tie?
I think the Tigers are eliminated because they lose the tiebreaker to the other three. They need the third team that would have to be involved would have to be a team that Detroit holds a tiebreaker over.
Gotcha. All right.
Well, at least we have two teams to scoreboard watch now. If they sweep today,
well, we do.
You know,
you know what I saw? I saw a story about a third team,
the
plummeting Orioles, and I'm like, there's no way they can make up 6.5 games or 5.5 games, but it seems so unlikely. But I mean, if you look at Baltimore's schedule, they've got 3 with Tampa. I'm sorry, they've got the toughest remaining. They've got 3 with Detroit. They've got 3, I think, with the Yankees, and 3 with somebody else.
Minnesota. I think
that's
Minnesota.
right. I think you're right. And if they don't get their act together, could they play themselves into this mixing bowl of teams trying to make the playoffs? I suspect they'll be fine, but
they're 3-7 in their last 10 games.
They better be careful. They got smoked last night by San Francisco, 10-0.
They're 3-7 in their last 10 games.
Yep.
The Tigers are 8-2 in their last 10 games. I mean, who knows what happens tonight? But let's, if you dare to dream and see, okay, if Tarek Skubal pitches lights out, the Tigers push a couple runs across the board, and they're fortunate enough to win tonight's game, and see what happens with Baltimore. If Baltimore continues to plummet and then Detroit goes to Baltimore for the next 3?
It's just somebody open the door for the Tigers. That's the thing. We just need somebody to open the door.
Well, that door ain't locked.
Oh, it's not. It just needs they need it just to crack open because they're acting like a team that's going to charge through it.
It's like you're on the front porch, you're knocking on the door, it's unlocked, and you're waiting for someone just to say, "Come on in," and then you can open it up yourself, or the door is open.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Jared Goff at noon, 97.1 The Ticket.
Did we ever see an exit velocity on that from Riley Green?
I didn't.
I didn't either. I was looking for it because he smoked that ball. The path of which it whizzed by the head of the pitcher, the jet stream was enough to knock the glove off, even though it didn't make contact with the mitt. The glove just disintegrated, flew right off the pitcher's hand.
It disintegrated.
Like, there it goes!
Hey, man.
And then like a rocket continued to go off right past Bobby Witt Jr.
You want a stat?
Yes, I want a stat.
You were just thinking, didn't you? We were talking about Baltimore. Could Baltimore fall back?
Mm-hmm.
In the last month, Baltimore's on-base percentage as a team is .272.
Yikes.
They are not getting on base, and it's been a long drought.
That's just too bad.
Yep. Now, do I think they're going to fall into the mix? No, but I don't think there's enough time. Somebody crack the door because the Tigers are begging to charge through it. And here's the thing. What I love about this, they are proving it to the wait until they play crowd, which was when this first thing started. No, everyone's like, well, look at the schedule. Of course they're winning games. They're not a terrible team. They beat the White Sox. So what? They beat Colorado. So what? They're beating the A's. So what? Wait until they play Boston. Wait until they play
the Yankees.
Here's the big one. It became wait until the stretch against Baltimore and Kansas City. They've won 4 of the first 5. Now, still work to be done, certainly. But the wait until they play crowd is, I mean, I would assume they're winning them over, right?
Well, I meant if they played them before. Not at the end of the season when it doesn't matter.
Oh, it matters.
Of course it does. But people want to move the goalposts all the time rather than just enjoy it. Just have fun. It's fun to watch
I think
this.
most people are now. I mean, right? Doesn't everybody think this team's clearly in a chase?
No, people don't.
Come on.
Your broadcast partner in the football games isn't so sure that he's believing us.
He doesn't? Do I need to talk to him?
Well, Benetti tried talking to him. Costa tried talking to him.
Wait, Jansen is more negative on something than Costa?
Yes.
All right, let's get to your phone calls. Todd, you're on 97.1 to take it. Hi, Todd.
Hey, how you doing?
Great.
Great. Streaming you guys all the way down here deep in Dallas, Texas. I'm just about ready to go back to Michigan tomorrow. But anyhow, I am seriously invested in this Tigers steamroller that's going forward. And, I started really tracking it about 20 games from the end of the season. Mm-hmm. And I'm a dork, so I've got a spreadsheet, and I've got it all set up here like a war room at night. It's like
I love this. How old are you, Todd?
I am 58 years old.
And I assume you're a professional of some kind?
I am. I'm a mechanical engineer in the automotive industry.
And you are sitting down and making out a spreadsheet with the rest of the season.
I got it all. I got it mapped out with who plays who, when, where, and so I can run kind of a scenario of let's say Twins finish out 6-5 from here. What do we have to do?
Right.
That tiebreaker's murdering us, by the way.
Yep.
And it really puts us 2 games back. Is the way you look at it. Even when we're 1 back from them, but. Anything can happen. That this is how I look at it. You look forward and see who they're playing. The real test is Baltimore, right? Mm-hmm. When we get on that 3-game stretch with Baltimore, that's gonna make all the difference. We're gonna at least go 2 out of 3 against Tampa Bay. Short putts in Chicago, against Chicago, those are 100%. I think almost.
They have to.
So it's got to be.
Yep.
But what's cool is the Mariners, they took it on the chin last night with the Yankees. The Yankees going to spank them 2 more times, I hope also. But it puts them in a real jam to where the Mariners, I'm not even worried about them anymore. I was a day or so ago, but now we're down to they got to finish out like 9-2. No way, not a chance.
Yeah.
Boston, I have them on my tracker, but there's no real reason for it. I don't know why I was doing it, just to keep
because you're a thorough. You're an
overall.
engineer, Todd. You're thorough. You don't want to have a spreadsheet with vulnerabilities. So you are thorough.
Yeah. Well, the Cubs, I've not even given up on them because of that melee of the 4 teams that are going for the 3 spots in wild card. Look, Braves have lost 2 in a row already.
You're doing the National League. You're doing the National League too?
Yeah, I got to. Yeah, let's put it this way. I'm a time zone behind you guys here in Detroit, right? Well, yeah, I'm in Detroit, right? I haven't set my watches back or anything yet for Dallas. But I just go through it till the end of the night. Every single night, I just plug in the wins and losses for everyone and see where it's going. But I'm getting invested in
Todd,
it.
are you single?
No, I'm not. but I've got an odd job that lets me work remote, so I'm day night up and down, working around the globe. So it doesn't really matter.
Love this
dude. It's awesome to get. Hey, you got it. It's kind of like anything. You only get out what you put in. So I'm getting invested in this, and these Tigers, I'm telling you, they have got it. They are like clicking along. They're running strong. And they got a tough schedule ahead of them. They got to get past Baltimore, but look what we're doing in Kansas City. I was terrified about that. We're through that basically, and it's going to turn out well.
It felt like there was huge. It felt like there was huge pressure. Todd, thank you for the phone call. It felt like there was huge pressure last night because the Twins had won that game, and you don't want to ever give up any ground. It feels like it stings twice because it's another game crossed off the schedule that you're not now. There's less games to play, and another game you'd have to make up. A step backwards at this point wouldn't be fatal, but it almost feels like it would be. Like if the Tigers are going to pull this off.
Every loss, you're going to feel that way, of course. But this is why I love the way the schedule is shaking up and shaking out. Shaping up and shaking out. There we go. Because you don't have, even though the Twins are the team that's right in front of you, you don't have to pay attention to them. Pay attention to the team you're playing because they're ahead of the Twins and they're kind of gettable. That's Kansas City.
Yep.
And then the next series, I don't have to worry about Kansas City or the Twins. I'm going to pay attention to Baltimore because Baltimore is not that much further ahead than Kansas City is. And if the Tigers take care of their business on a night-to-night basis, just tunnel vision, win your game, the other stuff's going to fall into place. And by God, it kind of has.
God bless you. I think that's awfully optimistic, but I'm just focusing right now on the Twins.
I'm not focused on. I'm sorry. You do you. I'll do me. I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm just saying that.
Why don't you focus on Cleveland? Maybe the Tigers can win the division, Gator.
There's not enough games left. I'm focused on what the Tigers can do, I guess is the bottom line on it. I'm not going to worry about the other teams. Just worry about this game tonight, and then I can scoreboard to watch later, even though I'm not. Of course, I'm going to be watching every minute, and everybody's going to let you know, hey, here's what happens. Cleveland's got another 2 runs in the bottom of the 7th inning. They lead the Twins 5-2. I mean, yes, I'm going to be paying attention to that. But I'm trying, as a discipline, to just focus on this game.
He's got his own spreadsheet.
Trying to be like the Tigers. Yeah. Tigers should only worry about themselves.
Well... And that's
a message AJ Hinch should give.
But here we sit on a day where the Tigers can sweep Kansas City tonight. And I'm only going to speak the new rules of the show. I will only speak of Tarek Skubal with nuanced insight.
Here we go.
I've been banned from making any bold predictions or anything along those lines.
Yes,
right?
You have.
But Skubal actually hasn't been as dominant against Kansas City and these hitters in their careers.
No, he's struggled.
Yep. And thus concludes my nuanced insight. Guys like Salvador Perez is hitting .370 against Tarek Skubal.
He's a dangerous guy, man.
Yep.
Every time he comes to the plate, I get nervous because we've seen him for so long be so good.
Mm-hmm.
And he's kind of a likable guy, too.
Yeah, he's got a Miggy quality to him.
Yeah.
Right? And they'll probably play Perez, I'm guessing, at first tonight and catch Fermin. Fermin in his career is hitting .375 against Skubal.
And Fermin gunned down a couple of Tigers last night.
Yes, he did. Blanco in his career, let me back up, .364 against Skubal.
Okay. Well, these numbers come down because, Skubal's pitched for 3 seasons now, and his first season wasn't so great. Last season was better, and this year he's Cy Young worthy.
I made some bold statements about Skubal. I've been banned from any predictions. Gator said, Doug, the only thing you're allowed to do any longer, nuanced insight.
There it is.
And that's what I am providing at this time.
It was
nuanced
very
insight.
nuanced.
Yes.
I appreciate that.
His record against the Royals this year is 1-2 with a 4.91 ERA.
It's not very good.
No. 18 1/3, 17 hits, 5 walks. The batting average against is still just .246.
Yeah, but they're doing damage when they hit the ball.
Yep. And thus concludes my Skubal conversation.
There it is.
Yep. All right, so we talked about Team of Destiny. It feels to me like there are 2 possible scenarios the rest of the way. And it's not make the playoffs or miss the playoffs.
I was going to say, really?
It's not that.
That's nuanced.
I'm going to get extremely specific.
Okay.
Yes. Nuanced.
That is a nuanced insight.
A little bit more than make the playoffs.
You're going to make it or not. 97-1 thing.
Your calls next.
Hello.
Jared Goff at noon today here on Carson Anderson, 97.1.
So listen, everybody's got garage doors, right? Well, if you've got a house, you probably have a garage door, and you might need to service your garage doors because they do break down over time. That's what was going on with my garage doors, and I picked up the phone and I called the right people. Precision Garage Door. They took my call immediately, scheduled an appointment right away, and they helped me pick out the perfect door for my house, and they got it installed in absolutely no time. It was awesome. John, Jeff, the whole crew were easy to work with. They're very professional. In fact, when we finally set up the appointment, it was on my schedule. I could do it however I wanted to. You can schedule your appointment on their website for a time that works for your schedule. They offer the industry's leading warranty, and they're available weekends at no extra charge. These are awesome things. And the garage doors, they're beautiful. You got a lot to choose from. They'll walk you through the entire process, make you comfortable with what you're going to select. And if you mention 97.1 the ticket, they're going to waive the service fee. That's awesome. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
I got to tell you, Parker Meadows has just been a stud. He has just been a stud.
He's been incredible. Since coming back, I saw the numbers. I thought earlier today he's hitting He's hitting like 290 since that awful first month of the season where he was hitting 096. He's hit like 290, or even better. Actually, it's Colt Keith that's hitting 290. But regardless, they're both of these guys have been fantastic. But Meadows, every facet of the game, chasing that ball down in deep center field last night. I mean, it's just I expect that to be an out. Like if it's in the ballpark, I expect that he's gonna run up to it and make the play. And Andy Dirks said he's the best center fielder in baseball right now, and it's hard to argue with that. He's making every play that you can make. He's got the height. He's got the speed to get out there. I mean, a 6'5" center fielder. I mean, Aaron Judge is giant, right? And that's another one of these guys that probably underrated as a defender. But what Meadows does on a nightly basis is fun to watch.
Yeah, so it's been a hell of a run here, and here's what I think is going to happen, Gator. Because it happened in 2022 and it happened in the 2023-24 season. The Detroit Lions in 2022 needed a team to lose on the final day of the season. And on that final day of the season, the Rams had the football against Seattle with 2 minutes to go in a tie football game. And with a field goal, the Rams would have beaten Seattle, setting up the Lions with a win-to-get-in playoff game at Green Bay that night. The Rams got the football, Gator, and they went 3-and-out. Alas, Seattle missed a field goal. They went to overtime. The Rams got a stop. The Rams got a stop and got the ball back in overtime with a go-win-it drive. And Baker threw an interception deep in his own territory. And Seattle kicked a field goal to win the game and eliminate the Lions on the last possible moment in overtime of the 4:00 games on the last Sunday of the season.
Baker sucks.
Then last season,
a year ago,
in the NHL, the Wings needed a win
2 years ago
in their regular season finale, and they needed Washington not to win in regulation. Washington was playing Philly. Philly needed the only way Philly could make the playoffs is if the Red Wings lost in regulation. The Red Wings scored with 3.3 seconds left, a David Perron goal to force overtime, and then won in a shootout. They did what they needed to do. Philly, which was eliminated from the playoffs, then proceeded to pull their goalie in a 1-1 game, and Washington scored late to eliminate the Wings. On the last possible moment. When we say team of destiny, Gator, here's my question. Are they the team of destiny that gets in? Because they're doing everything you'd ask a playoff team to do, including beating other playoff teams. Are they a team of destiny that gets in? Or is this our destiny? The last game of the season. We won't know until the last game of the season.
Well, I feel like they're playing more like the first, more of the positive image of it. Because if I look, the two examples you gave are heartbreaking.
They were terrible.
And like I started to shrink up as you were discussing it. Mm-hmm. Recoil.
It's awful.
Not happy about it.
I wasn't as mad about the Lions because I felt like.
Well, the first half of the season, the Lions didn't do their job.
No.
Of that year. And this is why I think it's more kind of like that, but even more positive. Because the Tigers, though they weren't playing lights out baseball in the first half, so they weren't playing god awful baseball either. I mean, they were kind of hanging around there. I mean, how far from the top of the Central were they?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody got off to a great start, and the Tigers were sort of okay, and then not so much, and then they built it back up. The Lions were bad to start that season, and then went 8-2 in the last 10 games, and obviously needed help. Right now, the Tigers are because they've been playing the best baseball in baseball since the middle of August. That's a fact. To me, it feels a little bit different. And the Red Wing team, it's nowhere near that because the Red Wing team blew every opportunity they had leading up to it. Like they needed to do things at the end of the season, the last 5 games of the season. There were do or die games, and they died. They didn't make it happen. They lost to Washington when they needed to beat them. Of course, you go back and look at the 2 games against Arizona. They didn't win those. If they just simply gotten 1 point out of any of those games, they would have been in the playoffs. But they weren't. So to me, it's a little bit different.
It feels like the sports gods owe us one here. because we are careening towards this possibility again. And in all cases, we needed help. The Lions needed help. The Red Wings needed help. And the hope went to the last day of the season, and they still needed help and didn't get it in heartbreaking fashion. I mean, Philly pulled their goalie thinking they could still make the playoffs, and they couldn't. It was a 1-1 game. The Rams had the football twice with go-win-it drives at the end of regulation and in overtime, and they didn't get it done. And I'm not blaming those teams. I mean, I'm kind of blaming Philly, I guess, but because they were already eliminated. Here we sit, so close again, and that absolutely torturous possibility sits in front of us, and I just feel like the sports gods owe us one here.
Although the scenarios are slightly different, Doug, I feel like the same thing's going to happen again as well. I have that feeling in my stomach, and I think in the end, those other ones were kind of like gut-wrenching, like, oh, that hurt. If the Tigers don't make it because of a tiebreaker, it's going to hurt.
A tiebreaker that's a relatively new rule.
Yeah.
That is same old Lions.
We're going to get rid of game 163.
Yep.
It would hurt, but it wouldn't hurt as bad because I think the progress, the unexpectedness is just different than the other two scenarios. A lot more. I mean, the Lions were a little bit unexpected, but this Tiger team, I mean, this is Malachi Flynn scoring 50 back-to-back nights. This is like just, you never saw this. I mean, no way.
Yep.
No way.
Yep.
This is a lot of smoke and a lot of mirrors. And yet, is this also going to be paving the way for the future of how other teams look at how they're going to have to approach their seasons if they don't have 5 starters in rotation? Because it starts with the pitching. I mean, the pitching feels like it's 80% of what's happened here. Mm-hmm. The pitching staff has been so damn good. And yet, of course they're getting contributions. Parker Meadows is hitting .310, by the way, since he was sent down.
Yeah,
.310, and playing impeccable defense and
getting extra bases.
Yeah, getting extra base hits, the whole bit. Love what we're seeing out of Parker Meadows. The bats have been selectively great.
Yeah,
they've come up with big at bats. If they need 3 runs to win the game, they somehow find that 3rd run to do it, and it's usually by unconventional means. Sure, they'll have those games where they'll hit 4 home runs in a game. Like, well, this is a laugher. This is a lot of fun. But this team is winning an awful lot of close games. They've played more 1-run games than anybody else in baseball. They've played now, 17 or 18 games in extra innings. It's amazing what they've done.
It's been a very, very fun watch. Scuba goes tonight for the Tigers. And look, Minnesota still got 2 games in Cleveland. Cleveland's very good. So the Tigers have tomorrow off before they go to Baltimore. And that will conclude the most difficult part of the schedule. They wrap it up with the Rays and the White Sox. So, I mean, just cross your fingers. We are getting to the sad reality, though, that they can't afford to lose any ground. Like, if Minnesota loses, if Minnesota wins, you can't afford to lose. When you cross another day off the schedule and lose a game, it feels like that does borderline irreparable damage.
Well, I mean, at this point, you start looking, if we started to look at what a magic number is for the Tigers, do we know what the Tigers' magic number is?
Well, what it would be, it'd be Minnesota's magic number to eliminate the Tigers is what is really relevant, and keeping that number as big as possible. So let me see if I can find out what that is.
Yeah, when you're behind, you can't really. If you're counting on another team, right? You got to hold hold serve and hope for the other team to lose.
The Twins have 11 games left, and the Tigers have 10 games left. The Twins have 1 more win than the Tigers. Right
Any
now.
combination of Twins wins or losses by their next closest pursuer that equals 9. The Twins' magic number to clinch a playoff spot is currently 9. And that's scary.
It is scary. Right until the Tigers pass the Twins in the next few days.
Then the Tigers are the ones that have a
That's
magic.
what I'm saying.
Right? I mean, we want a magic number, Gator. We don't have one
the
yet.
Goal is
Close
that's
your
the first
eyes
step.
and dream it to existence.
Is to get a magic number.
Yeah. No magic number yet, Gator.
The first step is to get on the graphic.
I like magic numbers.
The next thing is to get close on the graphic. Then the next thing is to, I guess, beat the good teams. People want to see them beat the good teams, and they're doing that. Now it's getting a magic number.
Just flip the script.
But right now, yes, the Twins' magic number to eliminate the Tigers is 9. All right, we'll continue talking Tigers throughout the show. 248-539-9797 for phone calls and feedback. Also, Jared Goff joins us today at noon, straight up. Ticket text coming in from Mike and Flint. Okay, I'm all in on the Tigers. No more. It's enough to be in the race. There are 10 games left. Get it done. Josh says, lay the comb on the desk of doom, and whoever gets fired next is the owner. I don't want to see any of my colleagues.
We don't want anybody fired.
Can't you see Parker Meadows playing tight end for the Lions? Throw it high. He'll catch it. He can do it all game long. Game-saving catch and dives in the winning run. That's from Roger and Mount Clemens. Drives in the winning run.
He's a little wiry. A little wiry to be a tight end. But they did mention last night during broadcast, how about as a defensive back?
Yeah, they did. That's funny. You're right. It's nothing but the Tigers and the Twins. The Tigers and the Twins now in the race, baby. LFG, the Twins are like a wounded gazelle trying to cross the river, bleeding out. And the Tigers are obviously the tiger who just sprinted into the river to take command and get the kill of the gazelle.
It's kind of like your old analogy, Doug.
The Burger King of the wildebeest, the Burger King of the Serengeti. You think the Twins are currently the Burger King of the Serengeti?
I mean,
they're the wildebeest.
They're wounded.
I hope so. Bleeding. Predators circling.
Would the Tigers be a predator?
The Tigers are the predator in this case. 248-539-9797. Gator, I'm going to empty the bucket.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
With probably the most ridiculous and useless fact I got from the Michigan-Arkansas State game that I did not get to use in Saturday's broadcast.
Love it.
We'll get to that today at 11:07. More of your Tiger calls and feedback. Got some Lions stuff we'll get to. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Bill Brown Ford. After a disappointing loss at home on Sunday, the Lions are now prepped for their first road game of the season with a trip to Glendale coming up next weekend. Some starters we'll be watching for on the injury report include Amon-Ra St. Brown, Terrion Arnold, Alex Anzalone. Dan Campbell didn't have much concern with St. or Terrion, but the concussion protocol is obviously tricky for when Anzalone could return. On the other side of the matchup, the Cardinals offense knows that they're going to have their hands full with breakout pass rusher Aiden Hutchinson ready to visit Arizona. Yeah, that was their offensive coordinator, Drew Petzing, as Kyler Murray took 4 sacks in week 1, but only 1 last week against the Rams. Threw for 3 touchdowns, had more than 50 yards rushing, and a perfect passer rating against L.A. in a 31-point win. Still 1.5 games between the Tigers and the Twins, with Minnesota owning that tiebreaker. Detroit will finish up their series in Kansas City tonight, looking for a sweep. If they do beat the Royals again, there's just 2 back of them in the race. However, KC would also hold that tiebreaker as they lead the season series 7-5. 7:40 p.m. is game time right here on 97.1. Elsewhere in baseball, the 50-50 watch for Shohei Ohtani is heating up. The Dodgers star has 48 home runs and 48 steals with 10 games left on the schedule. He'd be the first to ever accomplish that feat. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Jared Goff, Lions quarterback, will join us an hour from now. See if we can figure out this red zone thing. I'm going to give Jared some of the suggestions that the people had. How do you think that's going to go? For
I mean, it's going to go.
I am going to ask him. I do want to ask him. Look, after a loss like that, we get a lot of calls about play calling.
Mm-hmm.
So can we ask you some of the questions people ask us? We'll figure it out.
Okay. I'm in the midst of constructing some questions during the commercial breaks, and sometimes talk about nuanced insights.
Yeah, we'll get some nuanced insights from Jared Goff. Tell me if this is meaningful in any way. Bob Nightingale from USA Today just reported the following.
Okay.
Strange scheduling alert. Today is the Kansas City Royals' final game against an American League team the rest of the season. They face the Tigers today and then finish the season against San Francisco, Washington, and Atlanta.
Okay.
That's not in
Does
any way.
nothing for me.
That's not significant in any way, really, is it?
Not even a little.
Yeah.
Who said that?
Bob Nightingale reported it.
All right.
The only thing that's significant about it is that San Francisco and Washington are eliminated from playoff chase. Well, I don't think the Giants are probably technically eliminated, but they're like their magic number to get is like 1 to get eliminated.
The Braves are still on the outside looking in.
Braves are 2 games out, so the Braves are taking this really seriously. But unfortunately, I think they play the Braves last, meaning Kansas City has an opportunity as Detroit chases them to fatten up against competition that's mailing it in.
Or not.
Or not. No, they play San Francisco and Washington their next 2 games. Those are teams that are out of it.
I suppose they have the chance to fatten up, but maybe they're not.
Oh, you mean those teams might not be mailing it in? I thought you meant they weren't playing them. I'm like, yeah, they are playing.
No, they're playing them. Maybe they just don't fare as well because
maybe San Francisco and Washington refuse. Maybe they channel their inner 2022 Detroit Lions, eliminated from the playoffs, but still showing up. Baby.
Maybe, just maybe, pride.
Yep.
Marcellus Wallace said about pride.
F pride, Butch. Is that exactly?
Actually, that's not even. It's exactly what he said, but it's not even relevant because
there's no gimp in this scenario.
Well, there's that, and if you say F pride, then you're basically saying lay down because that's what Marcellus Wallace asked Butch to do. So forget I even suggested it.
Did you just come up with a movie analogy that is perhaps the worst movie analogy ever?
Yes.
Okay.
And I apologize.
What's going on with you, man?
I'm not on my game today. I'm still drunk from last night. I wasn't drinking last night.
It was Taco Tuesday in the Gator household. Taco and Tequila Tuesday, isn't that what it is?
Was it more of a Tuna Tuesday?
Really?
Tuna melt. Yeah.
Right. So we gave you a meaningless Bob Nightingale stat, which was completely irrelevant to the chase, and then Gator came up with the worst movie analogy ever.
Sorry.
This is a gold segment so far.
We're replaying this one later, right, Ken?
our best work. It's football season started. We're already showing fatigue of working 7 days a week. All right, so Tigers in action tonight. Talk with Jared Goff in an hour here on 97.1 The Ticket. Are you ready for meaningless empty the bucket stuff?
You know I am.
Here we go. There is one thing that I really think that you would appreciate, and I did get to use it, but I'm going to bring it up anyway because there is a chance that people weren't listening late in the second half to the Michigan-Arkansas State game. Arkansas State, you know this one, home of Arthur Agee. Arthur Agee was in the movie Hoop Dreams.
That's right.
Along with William Gates.
Yes.
And Arthur Agee ended up at Arkansas State. But do you know that Arkansas State's baseball field is named after a Detroit broadcast legend?
George Kell?
Correct.
Oh,
you were listening.
No, I just knew he was from Arkansas, so
he wouldn't listen.
Well,
I have
I'm
listened.
kidding.
It's
Come on.
named Kell Field after George and Skeeter Kell. I don't know as much about Skeeter.
Skeeter Kell?
Skeeter is apparently George's brother, and the field at Arkansas State, the Red Wolves play on Kell Field.
Wow. I did not know there was a Skeeter Kell.
There's a Skeeter Kell, who I believe played in the Philadelphia Athletics organization. But George Kell, longtime Tiger broadcaster.
1952.
Skeeter?
Skeeter Kell played with Philadelphia.
Okay.
And hit 221. No home runs, 17 RBIs.
That, of course, has
That's
zero.
my bucket.
That has zero relevance to the football game, but I thought it was an interesting note nonetheless.
I like it.
This has even less relevance.
Okay.
I talked to people in the Arkansas State traveling party. You know, they'll come with athletic administrators and their radio crew, et cetera, et cetera. I ended up in their radio booth before the game. They were familiar with the Detroit area because their traveling party was up here in the spring when Arkansas State's women's bowling team qualified for the NCAA Women's Championships held in Allen Park. So they came up to support their women's bowling team, which finished second in the country. And as if that isn't useless enough, the engineer for their broadcast, I believe he was their engineer, told how he went to a White Sox game, I believe on that trip. And in that White Sox game, he witnessed a no-hitter into the ninth inning that got broken up in the ninth inning. The Arkansas State traveling party got here last Friday, and that same engineer went to the Tiger game last Friday night, where the Tigers took a no-hitter into the ninth inning, and for the second time in a calendar year, the Arkansas State radio engineer saw a no-hitter get broken up in the ninth inning.
Is that good luck or bad luck?
I think he's bad luck, but I also think that I'm going to have problems coming up with anything more useless than that the rest of the way.
I think that's impressive.
Do you?
Yeah, I think that's one of those eerie things. Oh, look at you.
Mm-hmm. So there you go.
Thank you.
There's the bucket.
Okay.
There's the bucket.
And there's the I don't care.
Yes.
No, it's just that's not. I think it is. It's pretty interesting. I don't know if the people listening to the football game care though, but I think
this
that's
is one of
definitely
those
very
things,
strange.
It's like late in the game.
Yeah, of course.
And somebody might be hurt on the field, and
Right.
you don't have a commercial break left, so you got a bunch of time to kill.
John, did you know?
I did get him pretty good.
Did you?
Well, because like 21 of our first 29 games together, the team that Michigan was playing, the punter was Australian. And so I've taken to saying, so-and-so's back to punt. Guess where he's from, John? And John, in his most eye-rolly way, says, I don't know, Doug, Australia. And I said, Ryan Hiker back to punt for Arkansas State. Guess where he's from, John? He said, I don't know, Doug, Australia. And I was like, no, he's from Walled Lake. Arkansas State's punter was a transfer from Saginaw Valley State who prepped
At Walled Lake.
Yeah.
That's good. I'd like to hear that. That's nice. So what are you 30-2 now?
Yeah, I think it is.
Okay.
Yep.
Sounded so much better when it was 28-1, didn't it, King?
Yeah, I think it's going to get worse too, actually.
Well, we didn't think they were going to win almost every
What?
game forever in perpetuity.
Come on.
We'll see.
Uh-oh. As you watching on Twitch might have seen who just walked into the studio, whose name came up earlier in the show. You didn't lose a comb, did you?
As he checks his hair out.
Oh, come on. You can say hi. Where's his mic? It's Ken Cal's in studio. Which one is his mic?
It's probably covered up by stuff, by your bucket list.
What's up, Ken Cal?
Hello, guys. How are you today?
We're great. How are you?
I'm doing well, yeah.
We had a discussion earlier in the show because there was a black comb that was on the console here.
Yep.
And we're like, well, who would leave the comb? And I said, I mean, I'd admit to it, but I use a brush and it's on the other side of the console. It's not me. And Doug's like, I don't do it. We figured the guys in the morning show, we talked to them. It wasn't them. And we were trying to narrow down who would it be. And I said, it's probably somebody who's older rather than younger, because the older crowd would more likely use a comb than, say, a brush or whatever. And different names were thrown out. Your name came up, and I said, and I want you to guess what I said about you and the possibility that you could be the guy with the comb.
Your head is shining, little man.
A wrestling reference, I assume.
Why would I use a comb? I don't have any hair.
Well,
hardly any hair.
You got more than me.
You know what? I was just recording some commercials in the studio there, right?
Yep.
And when you said that, sometimes when you put the headset on, your hair gets all messed up, whatever hair you have, right?
Yep.
And I'm using your monitor here as a mirror, but I'm going like, well, really? What's wrong? I'm trying to pat it down, whatever I have.
You're looking great. You just did an Alaskan cruise, is that right?
Yeah,
Wow.
It was great. It was best vacation I've went on in my life.
Is that right?
It was fantastic.
I have zero interest in doing any other cruise but the Alaskan cruise.
Have you gone?
No, I want to.
No?
I've never been.
I've never been.
I've not, the only two states I haven't been to, Arkansas and Alaska.
So did you get off? Wow.
Yeah, we got off. Yeah.
Port-wise. Congratulations, Cal. Did you leave the boat to go ashore?
Yeah. There's 3 spots you could get off the boat at: Ketchikan, Juneau, and I can't think of the other one. Anyway, no. Skagway.
Okay.
That's what it was.
Sure,
But
Skagway.
I'll tell you, the whole experience was great. And what I really liked is the entertainment director on the ship was amazing. He had 3 assistants too.
Oh, it wasn't Julie?
Love Boat.
No,
Reference Scott Gator.
Okay. Never watched the show. But anyway, no. Every day they did a game show. And they recorded it so you could watch it the next day on your television if you were in the room, and it was hilarious. I mean, they did this one skit where you had 3 minutes. You sat in a chair while they asked you questions, and you couldn't say yes or no or nod your head like yes.
In the
or no.
affirmative, okay, or the negative.
And before the show, they had like 30 volunteers. There was like 300 people in this theater, right?
Yeah.
So they get to 30 volunteers, and the guy that's putting this together says, hey, we need more volunteers because nobody made it through. Everybody
couldn't answer questions without saying yes, no.
Yeah. And so this one girl came up there, and her name was Holly. And she sits in the chair, and the guy says, oh, so you're Holly, right? She goes, yeah. And out you go, right? So the whole show, the cruise director
it's like a
just
Simon
pointing
Says
the finger on, hey, Doug, you lasted 9 seconds, but, Holly only lasted 2. So at the end of the show, he's saying goodbye to everybody. And the assistant director says, hey, wait a minute now. He says, we're not going to end the show like this. We're going to get the cruise director in the chair, and we're going to bring up Holly and ask you questions, right? So now the guy's in the hot seat.
Yeah.
And he went about 1:40 and then finally screwed up. He's like, I hate the show. I hate the show. Why do we do this? I hate it.
All right, real quick, got to get your thoughts on the Lions. He's a Lions guy.
You know what? The good thing, I guess, is we were up at the Prospects Tournament in Traverse City. Red Wings won both games against Dallas, which was nice. And I didn't get a chance to watch the Lions game. I saw parts of it, but I was following on my phone. And it's a stumbling block, but I think they'll be okay.
Hardcore Lions fan, Ken Cal.
Also, perhaps, Lucas Raymond signed, Bergeron signed, and we're going to get Mo Sider done.
Hopefully 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Great to see you, Cal.
Good to see you guys.
Ken Cal in studio. Jared Goff at noon here on 97.1 The Ticket.
It's not my comb.
Hey, it's Doug for the University of Michigan Credit Union. My new credit union, UMCU, is the official debit card of Michigan Athletics, and they have teamed up with Will Johnson from the Michigan Secondary, national champion, defensive MVP, talented cornerback for the Michigan Wolverines. He hasn't given up a touchdown pass in 2 years. To celebrate this winning combination, the University of Michigan Credit Union wants to share some exciting news with you. They're offering an exclusive fan benefit, the access to the new official Block M debit card. I have the winged helmet one, which is funny because, of course, I have the helmet one, But people comment on my debit card. The kids love it. Nobody ever says anything about what your debit card looks like, right? Well, if you get this one, if you bleed blue, you will get comments. Listen up right now. Is a perfect time to become a member. Get ready to show off your pride this season with a Block M debit card. They've been servicing customers at UMCU for over 70 years, and signing up is easy. Get your exclusive Block M debit card today. Just visit umcu.org. Some restrictions apply. Visit website for full details. Insured by NCUA. Carson Anderson, 97, won a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797.
So across Califas, it's not his.
It's not his comb, no.
Not his comb.
Would it be Woodsy's? Was Woodsy been in studio? No.
I don't think Paul would come in studio, but I don't think that's Paul's comb.
Okay. All right, let's get to some Lions stuff, and we will talk with Jared Goff today at noon. Okay, easy fix or long-term issue? Red zone. Is that an easy fix or is it a long-term issue?
Is it wrong to say I think it's somewhere in between?
No.
I don't think it's a long-term issue. I think this is it. Look, this team was very, very good in the red zone a year ago in terms of touchdown percentages. What we've seen in the first couple games, not so much. And obviously, the last one, 1 for 7, that's not good. Is it an easy? I don't think anything's easy to fix necessarily in the NFL. I don't think this is one of these cases where defenses have figured out Ben Johnson's offense. I don't think that's it. I think there's a changing in personnel a little bit here, and they're going to have to try to figure some things out. I think maybe they got in their own way a little bit too, but it's hard. The closer you get to the goal line, it's hard if you're a passing team to throw the ball in the end zone. So when you go back and you look at what they had in goal-to-go situations or whatever, there weren't many that were inside the 10-yard line. So all their red zone activity is basically like 1st and 10 from the 18 or something like that, or maybe they get down to the 11, but it was never in that spot where you're 1st and goal from the 9. I think it happened one time, and they scored, where you can take advantage of your power running game. Now, there was a sequence I wish they had just gone ahead and said, we're going to run it twice. I think it was 3rd and 3, and they chose to pass it. In hindsight, or actually my first guessing was, it's 2-down territory. You just run it twice if you have to, but run it straight ahead. You got David Montgomery and do that. And maybe that's a lesson learned from Dan Campbell. They wanted to try some other things, and it didn't work out. But I think getting a healthier each week by week, hopefully that Laporta gets more involved, that he can be part of that. That maybe you start to introduce the other tight ends too, with Hesse and with Brock Wright, give them opportunities. Tim Patrick being a big receiver, as you get in the red zone, how much more important is he going to be to perhaps win 50-50 battles? And Dan Campbell talked about his catch radius and all that. I think it's an easier fix. I don't think it's an easy fix.
So the thing about it is, they were so good last year that seeing any struggles in touchdown percentage, like I don't field goals when you're in the red zone, to me feels like a win for the defense. So the Lions in touchdown percentage were 67%. They were excellent. And now they're like 27%. And that might just all be a product of Tampa. Going back and watching a lot of snaps on the All-22 after that game, I got to tell you, Tampa took a lot away. I don't know what they did. It was just their knowledge of Detroit's route trees or whatever. And I'm looking forward to talking to Goff about it, because when you watch the All-22 and you're not watching the football, you're just watching the routes develop downfield. There were more than a few times where I'm like, he honestly had very little to throw to. Like, they did an exceptionally good job. Now, does that go back to something the Lions did wrong? Do they need to have some variations? Have they in any way become predictable? I don't know, but they have to ask themselves those questions.
Well, Dan Campbell says it all the time, and we say it too. Every game is going to have a different game plan. Different situations call for different things, and you can't just say, we're going to do this, this, and this. Once the game starts, things change based on what happens during the course of the game, with injuries, with formations you're seeing that maybe you didn't see before on film, and all that, and you're going to make the adjustments. To me, it's, again, not easy, but maybe a basic thing that I'd like to see more of is just commit to the run more. That's it. You've got 2 really good running backs. You've got an excellent offensive line. And more often than not, you should be able to impose your will and pick up at least 4 yards a carry, because we've seen it. Now, that's just basic. Does that mean that that's what they're going to do? I don't know. But I think that they can get back to running the ball a little bit more, because it was that disparity in the first half, 24 passes, 12 running plays in the first half. That's 2 out of 3 plays is going through the air rather than on the ground, when our eyes last saw a dominating run game in overtime against the Rams.
Given the injuries Tampa had, specifically in the secondary, it was pretty clear. And Dan Campbell admitted as much yesterday, and he said, I'm not apologizing for it. Our game plan was to pass to set up the run.
Yeah.
And they didn't have a ton of success passing. They only got the one deep ball to J-Mo early, and then it felt like Tampa's like, not again, and either switched up or played more zone with 2 safeties high or whatever, but they weren't giving up that route as the game went on. And, when you don't have success passing and it isn't really setting up the run, it becomes a fail.
But they did have over 300 yards passing in the game. They did have nearly 470 yards in offense during the game. The problem was literally inside the red zone. That was the problem.
Phone calls, feedback coming up. Jared Goff at noon. 97.1 The Ticket. Talk with Jared Goff shortly here on 97.1 A Ticket, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ray and Romulus here on 97.1. Hi, Ray.
Oh man, hey guys, how you doing?
Well, okay, Ray, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing just fine. I'm actually in Plymouth. Here's this scenario. Last year, Ben Johnson was showing some weaknesses in the third quarter. Every time he came out in the third quarter, the offense just sputtered. And it was the majority. It was a lot of games last year where the third quarter we sputtered. The playoffs, when we should have been running the ball with Montgomery, Ben Johnson got too cute. I see the same trends going on right now in regards to Ben Johnson. You guys just ran off the passing numbers. I don't care that their secondary was out. You had the defensive line was decimated on Tampa Bay team, and we decided not to run the ball. That is going to be the killer, where he's trying to be too cute. Some of those pass routes we had were terrible. I don't know where he came up with those pass routes. And also there's no motion going on with our offense. So there's a lot of things that have changed. And I don't know if the teams are catching up with Ben Johnson, but he definitely fails in the third quarter. It seems like the teams make the adjustments at halftime, and it takes a little bit for Ben to get his motor back running. What are you guys' thoughts about that?
Interesting. I mean, we can ask Goff specifically. Do you think Ben Johnson's trying to be too cute? I am going to ask him if they're going to – if they think
Please
running
use
the
a better
ball.
term than that.
Ray and Romulus.
Yeah, Ray and Romulus
Plymouth, we're going to ask him a little bit about that. Here's the thing about Ben Johnson, okay? Ben Johnson has taken the Lions offense to such a high level that they are a Super Bowl caliber team, but it doesn't mean he has a great game every Sunday. And the best offensive coordinators and defensive coordinators and head coaches don't always have great games. But, I don't see his play calling I feel like what they did from a schematic and strategic standpoint, they put together an extraordinarily winnable game plan in the San Francisco game. And then there were like 4 catastrophic unexpected errors that you would never imagine would happen.
And it wasn't about getting too cute in against San Francisco. I mean, it was a drop pass on fourth down. It should have been dropped. A drop pass on third down. It should have been dropped. And it was a missed exchange on a running play that you would want to see a running play, and they missed that exchange.
Okay, we can argue about that, but I thought David Montgomery should have been used way more in that San Francisco game. He was just mowing them down. And then the one thing I want to say is this. Ben Johnson has to show that he's capable of adjusting on the run.
No, he does. And
hold on.
Well, I was going to give you some credit, Ray, because I think you're right about with the running. The disparity in the first half I've talked a lot about, but I haven't talked about even the disparity in the second half. The disparity in the first half, the Lions ran 24 pass plays and 12 running plays. In the second half, it was 31 pass plays and 15 running plays. So it was 2-1. Again, a 2-1 margin. This is
something had to do with time and score. You get when you're coming from behind and you need to score touchdowns, you're going to be a little bit more pass happy.
It does, but also when you look at it, they were down. It was 20-16 after 3 quarters. You had the whole fourth quarter, and you knew that Vita Vea was out, and Kalijah Kancey didn't play. So not only did you have the advantage of the perceived advantage that the secondary was banged up, but the defensive line, as Ray pointed out and others have, that defensive line was in shambles, and they really didn't change the percentages of the running.
Dominic's in Lake Orion, and he's next here on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Dominic.
Hey,
hello, Dominic.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, it wasn't great at the beginning, but go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, no, I just want to say, as Lions fans, it's 2 weeks in, and I've listened to the morning show. People were saying Goff's awful, this, that, and the other. He had a bad day at the office. It happens to all of us, right? My second point is, I noticed the groupings or the personnel choice for Ben Johnson and/or Dan Campbell when they're trying to run between the tackles. Debo needs to be getting those carries. And oftentimes they'll have Jahmyr Gibbs take the entire possession, right? And then the next possession, and they have taken the entire possession. Why are we?
Okay, your phone's killing us. Your phone's killing us, Dominic. It sounds like you're asking why do they give full possessions to running backs? Again, man, if we have time, it's something I'd bring up with Goff. That these are fan observations, and it might have something to do with getting backs into a rhythm. Sometimes personnel is dependent upon players are like, okay, we're going to make sure we don't tax our guys too much early in the year. We're going to give them equal number of snaps, equal number of carries. It's a long season.
I love both of these running backs, but if you look at the game on Sunday, Montgomery carried it 11 times for 35 yards. That's just over 3 yards a carry. Gibbs was 13 for 84, and even if you take away the big 24-yard run, it's still 5 yards a carry.
That's interesting because we get more. You need to run Demo more. Was Demo having a great game?
No.
Or are people still remembering the last drive in the opener?
I'm telling you, people remember was what pleased their eyes most recently, and that was the overtime win with David Montgomery just churning it away and having 45 yards on like 5 carries in the overtime period. He was unstoppable, and it was awesome. And they wanted that to carry over to the next game, and he just wasn't having the same success.
Yeah,
Jahmyr Gibbs was running very well. They both, as a whole, as a team, they average over 5 yards a carry as a team. I would have liked to seen in hindsight. You wish they had ran more than what they did, and throwing the ball 55 times in the air and only ending up with 16 points. That's majorly disappointing, and that's the thing that again you get back to red zone efficiency. The first week of this season, the problem was third down conversions. Right? Mm-hmm. They weren't able to convert third down, so they didn't have that many plays. They corrected that problem on Sunday.
Yeah, that's true.
They converted a ton of third downs, but they didn't convert in the red zone. So
you know what's funny is San Francisco was 50% on red zone trips. Their quarterback threw an interception, and like one of the things to keep in mind in the bad day at the office take, and as far as the offense is concerned, and maybe Ben Johnson and maybe David Montgomery and maybe Jared Goff, if it was simply a bad day at the office. That's going to happen around the NFL with a lot of really good players. You just can't have it. You can't stack those. You got to break out of it. And so expecting everything to look great every weekend is unrealistic. But when something becomes an issue over 2-3 games, remember this, over the last 2 years, they haven't lost back-to-back games. Okay? Whether that's jinxing it or not, I don't know. I'm guessing that what I have to say on the radio on 97.1 has little to do with what actually happens in real life. But have they not shown a pattern of being able to bounce back, correct things, win the next time out? They get started that 2022 season with that losing streak where they were like 1-1 and then lost 5 in a row. They were 1-6, finished the season 9-8. Since that 1-6 stretch, they have not lost back-to-back games. So we can sit here and point out things that didn't go right, but the trend is that whatever it is, they come back and win the next week. So until they start getting into losing streaks with repeated patterns, I don't know that these might just be products of through game flow. When it's all said and done, you look down at the play sheet and you go, oh my God, we ran the ball. We threw the ball twice as much as we ran it. That was not the intent. All right. Lions quarterback Jared Goff is going to join us coming up today at noon. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is ready to celebrate football fall and the best deals of all. Right now, you can lease a new 2024 Silverado for just $297 a month with only $19.99 down. You heard that right, $297 a month for 24 months on a 1500 crew cab 4x4 2FL. Unlock the savings with a GM employee discount and Chevy lease in your household. Don't forget, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights is your #1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. What does that mean? It means they have a huge inventory of Silverados, Equinox, Blazers, Trax, and EVs. Hundreds to choose from. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Lions taking on Arizona. We'll talk to Lions quarterback Jared Goff coming up at noon. In the meantime, a lot of phone calls and feedback coming in on this game against Tampa. Still reaction. And look, I mean, it was what it was. It was not a great day at the office for the Detroit Lions. Working on a little project here to try and map about how things could be better. I'll get to that coming up here in a minute. But 248-539-9797 again for your phone calls and feedback on 97.1 The Ticket. We were talking about quick fix or long-term issue. What about the pass rush opposite Hutch? They have 7 sacks this year, 5.5 from Hutch.
Well, some of that's just not fair because those guys are getting there too. It's just that Hutchinson gets there just before, and he gets credit for the whole sack. There were times with Davenport and Onwuzurike, I think in the first game they met at the quarterback, and Levi Onwuzurike has been a force. I will bow to Dan Campbell, when he talked about him and said glowing things about him. And you bought in right away, and King and I were both like, well, I mean, I want to buy in, but I want to see it. I was afraid it was going to be more coach speak. Levi's played awfully well, and he's been playing outside. Doesn't have to play inside next to DJ Reader, next to Lee McNeil. He can play outside, and he's getting the job done, and he looks like a different player altogether, and perhaps this is the guy that they envisioned, as you like to say, the dancing bear out of Washington.
Yeah, so a couple things here, and you tell me if you think this is relevant information. Sam Laporta last year caught 10 touchdowns. Do you know how many of those came inside the red zone? Because we talk about red zone scoring, finishing drives in the red zone.
I would guess like 7.
That's exactly how many. Josh Reynolds caught 5 touchdowns. You know how many came inside the red zone?
3 or 4?
4.
Okay.
So that's 15 touchdowns from those 2 players, of which 11 came in the red zone. This could be as simple as Dan Campbell put it yesterday. Look, Laporta's a little hurt. We're bringing him along slowly. We've actually been worried about playing him too many snaps and developing Tim Patrick. Like, that could be the solution right there. Right there. Laporta, 7 red zone touchdowns last year. Josh Reynolds, 4. If Laporta's slowed by injury and Josh Reynolds isn't here, is that your, hey, Patrick catching up and it feels like he's being crash course? 33 snaps is a lot of snaps for a guy who just got here. Feels like he's being crash coursed a little bit. And we'll ask Jared about that too. We got a lot. I don't know if we'll get it all in. Jared, we're going to need an extra 2 segments. Actually, we know that's not happening because they got to practice.
Well,
we've been given a hard out.
He doesn't need the reps or anything, right?
Oh, no, not at all. No. As far as long-term and quick fix, guys, I do think the red zone stuff is a quicker fix if you're making me choose between the two. I think the couple things that you just mentioned, Doug, with Josh Reynolds' replacement going to be Tim Patrick. Laporta's just still kind of sounds like he's getting over the injury. They want to get him, they were trying to ease him in week 1 and week 2. They got him in more. They got him more involved, of course. But you guys mentioned Hutchinson and Levi playing great and playing on the outside a lot last game, Gator, because he's versatile, right? James Houston was active and he only played 3 snaps. Yeah. Now, is that a long-term thing where, hey, they had no Marcus Davenport? So what they did was they moved Levi outside instead of playing Houston, and we know they'd love to use Barnes and Campbell rushing on the edge as well. Yep. What do you think it looks like long-term for James Houston?
I don't think it looks good, and I say that he's going to have to earn his way back out there. He's going to have to do it on the practice field because I don't know if he's going to get a whole lot of game time. What I saw in one of the plays he was in, it looked like he was so delayed in getting off of the snap. I was like, does he not know the ball was snapped? And then he kind of got into it. And it was really strange because I'm a big fan of his, and I'm fixated when he comes onto the field, and you couldn't miss him because he had like the white sleeves when he went out there. I'm like, oh, there he is. There's 41. Let's see what he can do. And it was disappointing to see him only get the 3 reps, and yet the last rep I saw, it was a useless one.
You remember Kerry Hyder?
Yeah.
Second year in Detroit, he had 8 sacks. And over the next...
In how many games?
He had 8 sacks in 16 games.
Mm-hmm.
He played, outside of that, he played 8 other games in Detroit and had 1 sack. Then he goes to Dallas, plays 16 games, has 1 sack. Then he goes to San Francisco, plays 16 games, has 8.5 sacks. Then he plays 15 games, has a sack and a half. 16 games, 1 sack. Sometimes you just have that incredible stretch and it turns out to be the proverbial flash in the pan. I don't know. I really, really, really hope that that's not the case with James Houston, because it looked like he was a real find. But sometimes this happens.
Well, the thing I would counter that is that he had 8 sacks in 7 games in that first season. So the ratio is a hell of a lot different than what Kerry Hyder
way
was.
better.
Okay, way better. The other thing is Baker Mayfield only dropped back to pass 24 times in the game. He was sacked 5 of those times, so he had 19 other pass plays. So it's not like there were a ton of options, of opportunities to rush the quarterback, because he didn't throw it that much.
He scrambled a bunch too. He dropped back more than that, but
well, I suppose you're right. He did have a handful of scrambles as well, but he wasn't given the. I mean, it's 3 plays. He got three chances. That was it.
Yeah, it's not a lot.
So I'm not writing him off. I'm just saying it was odd what I saw in the one pass rush. I'm like, my God, he's so late getting off the ball here, and you know what the Lions are doing with him because they have these other options that they're going with, and it feels like it's an opportunity missed for James Houston because he doesn't have the versatility that they would like to see from him. They wish that he was more of an outside linebacker than what he is, because what he is he's not really a defensive end because he's undersized. Was he like 6'1", 6'2", and 240 pounds or whatever? So he's not one of these big guys at 6'5" and 270, and yet he doesn't have the skills to drop into coverage either. He's got the one skill, and it's great. It's like, you look at Shelby Miller, what we discussed earlier with the Tigers, and what Shelby Miller is. He's a right-hand pitcher that gets lefties out. He's a situational guy. And it's the same thing with James Houston, but I don't know how many opportunities he's going to get.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson. Here's some of the feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. Tom from Detroit writes in, guys, I don't understand why they don't put Gibbs and Montgomery in at the same time. Teams in general have gotten away with having 2 backs in at the same time. Is there a disadvantage to that formation? So, look, there's a lot of stuff that I know that they can do that they aren't going to break out in week 1. We're talking about what I just said, I know is something they consider. Long season. Let's not gas people early. We're going to give half the drives to Gibbs, half the drives to Montgomery. When you get later in the year, you start to maybe pare things down a little bit or go with more specific stuff that you think is going to work. But I'm sure there's a package of plays where they can use both guys in the backfield.
Yeah, Sione Vaki's been in the backfield with Gibbs. I know that. So, and I've seen that.
As a blocker, yeah.
Yeah, lined up as a fullback, but I think that's setting up for it. There's going to be a fullback wheel route coming up this season, I guarantee, for Vaki.
Because he's the truth.
Yeah, of course. Besides the fact that he's the truth, but they line up 2 running backs. They probably will with Montgomery and Gibbs at some point too. It's early, people. 2 weeks into the season.
I don't envision them having that many plays where both of those guys in the backfield and then both of those guys stay in the backfield. If they have both there, I figure that Jahmyr Gibbs at some point is going to motion out and be a receiver. Do you want both of those guys in the backfield at the same time, or you just want them both on the field at the same time? There's a difference between backfield and field.
I don't know. I'm not an OC. But after watching Arizona's offense last week, I'm positive Aaron Glenn won't be able to have a plan to stop it. The Lions will lose in the desert. Oh, that's discouraging. I'll watch anyway.
As you said, I thought we had a chance.
Yep. It's not that they aren't using Monty as much as it is they seem to are forcing the ball to Gibbs. It's not as if they're not using Monty as much as it seems they are forcing Gibbs the ball when Monty should have it. All right, well, that's what he wrote.
Again, Jahmyr Gibbs had 13 carries for 84 yards in the game. David Montgomery had 11 for 35.
Why is everybody
the hotter hand? And the guy, he averaged 6.5 per carry in the game. If you take away the big 24-yard run, he still averaged over 5 yards a carry.
Lions quarterback Jared Goff will join us next. 97.1 The Ticket. Wednesday here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 A Ticket. Tigers playing playoff caliber baseball, beating playoff caliber teams. Still a game and a half out of the playoffs. Of course, we all know about the tiebreaker. It is what it is, but technically a game and a half out, and don't hold the tiebreakers over anybody, so they're just going to have to pass them outright, and let's hope that they do. Tarek Skubal's on the mound tonight, Gator, going up against the, I'm giving the schedule, going up against the Kansas City Royals, a chance to sweep what currently is a playoff team. That would be one hell of an accomplishment, would it not?
That would be very nice. Very nice. One game at a time. Just win tonight.
One game at a time, indeed. In the meantime, Lions back on the practice field today, getting set for their game this weekend against the Arizona Cardinals. It's not a must-win per se, but I feel like we've gotten panicked calls already. I can't even imagine what next week's going to be like if they don't win this game.
Oh, there won't be panic. No, people can be completely rational about this.
You don't think? You think they'll be rational?
Well, look, I'm just enjoying this season. It's a better season than what we saw last year. They're still engaged.
They were 1-1 last year.
It's just. I was talking about baseball.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So still with that, but either way, let's having our teams winning is always a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not worried about the Lions at 1-1. There's no need to panic at all.
Well,
they'll figure some things out here. There are too many football. Every year you look at the season and every loss, because there's only 17 games before there used to be only 16 games. Every loss feels painful, and you feel like it's so punitive. But when it happens in week 2, it's okay. Go out there. Don't make week 2's problems end up being week 3's problems. You'll be all right.
I feel like everything is a level of concern, right? And everyone thinks they have the appropriate level of concern. And so it's a matter of if you look around the NFL and see that there are a lot of really good teams that they do lose games. And the Lions are one of those really good teams that have lost a game. Let's talk to the quarterback. Jared, as always, thanks for being with us. And how's the week of practice been so far as you get set for this Arizona game?
Yeah, it's good. We're just right in the middle of our Wednesday, getting ready for Arizona and gearing up for another tough matchup, and it'll be good.
You guys have taken the expectation in this town to a very high place. And as you might imagine, in our line of work, when you lose a game, there is there's a degree of shock. And one of the more popular calls we get after a loss is about play calling. And is there anything you can provide insight on the intricacies of play calling, that it's a lot tougher than it looks, or there's a lot more going on than people realize?
Sure. Yeah. I think by all accounts, our guy is as good as it gets in this league. So anytime he's calling plays for me, I'm fired up. And yeah, it's hard. It is really hard. It's hard to game plan. It's hard to call the plays at the right moment. It is hard, but track record shows our guy does a pretty good job of it.
We got a call yesterday from somebody said it's simple. David Montgomery in the red zone finishes drives. And I'm like, it's probably more complicated than that. How would you respond to somebody who said that?
Yeah, he does. I think, we love giving the ball to David as often as we can, but, there's also, 10 other guys on the offense that we have to account for, and certainly 11 guys on defense, depending on what they're doing, that dictates, certain ways that we have to maneuver throughout a game. And yeah, sure, David's a great player, but the game dictated otherwise last week.
Dan Campbell said that he thought that maybe you were trying a little bit too much to make the bigger play. Does that mean that he thought that you were like waiting a bit longer for the plays to develop rather than just taking what's right in front of you? Or how do you interpret that?
No, yeah, I think he's right. I think it's just knowing when the play's over and not trying to make something out of nothing and not try to, will us back in one play. Just do your job one play at a time. And I think that's something I was able to take from that game that I need to do a better job. It's just doing my job and not trying to, like he said, do too much or try to create something that isn't there.
Josh Reynolds seemed like he was a bit of a security blanket for you and the offense over the last couple of years. His first down percentage on catches was absolutely ridiculous. But for lack of a better term, are you still searching for a new security blanket, or is one emerging in practice, or is it just simply St. Brown?
I got a whole lot of wideouts and running backs that I love throwing to here. And, it doesn't just stop at St. Brown. Jamison, Khalif, Sam Laporta, Brock. I'll throw it to David. I'll throw it to Jameer. We'll throw it to all sorts of guys. So I don't know how to answer that other than I love throwing it to our guys.
Sam Laporta, Dan Campbell revealed on our morning show yesterday that he's kind of being brought back slowly from the injury. Do you see him getting healthier, and do you imagine he will be a big part of the game plans moving forward?
Yeah, I think as we go, I'm sure he's as good of a tight end in this league as it gets, and of course we want to get him as involved as we can. And he looks good. He's running. I'm sure he feels good, and I think Dan's right on.
So Tim Patrick, he's obviously a bigger target for you to throw to. Dan Campbell talked about his massive catch radius. How have you seen him get better as he gets more reps in practice, and how big of an impact can he have? I mean, he kind of alluded to it last week, mentioned his name, and then he gets to get in the starting lineup. But where do you see him fitting in?
Yeah, Tim's done a good job. He just keeps kind of learning as he goes. Our offense isn't easy to pick up in 1 week, but he's done a great job. Really has learning. I thought he stepped in there nicely last week and had a couple good catches and good runs after catch. And his role will only grow as time goes on, I would imagine, and he's doing a good job.
One thing that we've kind of learned in talking to you is that you really value trust with a receiver. And you always talk about it with Amon-Ra. You've given us very specific examples, which has been really cool. But in the case of Tim Patrick, how quickly can you develop that trust? Like, that's something that it feels like it's developed over time. But I imagine it seems like, can you get to where you really trust a guy early? He's only been here a couple weeks.
Sure, yeah, you can. It takes a lot of reps and a lot of time in between practice, not necessarily our actual reps of practice, but we had some time